Yes, you are. How you doing?
Not too bad. Wish I could have gotten more of a nap in, but
Mm,
it just wasn't meant to be today. Other than that, I'm holding in there.
good.
I stopped taking one of my medications, and I haven't had any serious skips since, so I'm feeling a little off today.
Mm,
But yeah, I think I'm gonna avoid that one from now on, and see how things go. If I don't have any issues with skips, depending on everything that I eat, like I'm trying all the foods that would typically cause my heart to skip, like what I was eating the past few days. So far,
mm.
nothing. So, yeah, it's looking like maybe it was them pills.
Yeah, I hate that when sometimes like you have like multiple medications and then you're having issues and you just stop the one pill and you're back to normal or relatively like you're not having the issues.
Yep. Well, that one was for anxiety, which I already have something for anxiety, so it's not a huge deal that, I'm stopping that one.
Mm,
The one that they started me on for depression, still don't know if that's working or not. It's a really low dose, and I think I've only been on it for maybe a week now, and typically it takes like 2 or 3 weeks before you can tell if it's even doing anything, so.
mm.
Luckily, no issues with that one that I know of.
That's good.
So, yeah. So if I seem a little off, that's why. I'm just a little weird from not taking that medication, because I was on it for fucking, I've had it in my system and taken it twice a day for about a week, and it is a controlled substance, so there's a little bit of a withdrawal going on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, as soon as you said controlled substance, I'm like, uh-oh.
Yep. So that's what's going on there.
Yeah, I had a cousin years ago who had to stop taking the medicine, and it was, controlled substance, and,
Hmm.
oh boy, they struggled for a couple of months, but then I had another guy, it only affected him like a couple of days, and then he was fine. I'm like, oh geez, you're lucky.
Yeah, I should be good after like 3, 4 days.
Yeah.
This is my first day of like stopping it fully. I took it yesterday and I had some skips after, about an hour and a half after taking it. And I'm like, I'm not fucking taking this anymore. So I didn't take my
Yeah.
second dose. And so yeah, I've taken none today, so. Wee! All the fun.
Mm. So hopefully everything works out and you're able to, like, stabilize and, like, have a, not have the issues that you're having.
Oh, I will. I mean, there are things I have to work on to, get over my fears, and once I get over them, that will help out a lot with the anxiety. Uh,
Mm.
so it's going to be a long process, but if I can also kind of nip my depression in the bud, then that is going to be a major game changer, because then I'll actually have motivation to get up and fucking do things rather than feeling like getting out of bed is a monumental task.
Yep.
So, one day at a time.
Mhm. That's a good way to approach it. So, what do you want to do today for the one-on-one?
Well, we can pick up right where we left off, actually. That conversation with Tiamat, when he said that actually there is something I wanted to talk to you about. I believe is where we left off.
Yeah, let me look that up. Let's see.
Also, I don't know why the default sticker on Discord looks like a sweaty, thirsty sticker for the fucking smiley faces. It's weird. Oh, it changes every time I hover over. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah, okay. I was like, why is that the default? And it changes every time you go over the little smiley face. It'll just change to something random. Huh. Alright.
So if I recall correctly, Baba Yaga told you about how to... told you that the gods know where Ao is and how to find Ao, and Ao would be the way to create your own realm and like warp it into Trokvir's realm, so that way you can actually use things like prevented magic and all that type of stuff. And you were to talk to the different gods, and one of them, of course, was Tiamat, could possibly help you. Let's see. I do think I see what Tiamat wanted to mention to you.
I'm guessing it has something to do with all the fucking lights that were upon him.
Yes. Okay. Oh, yeah, I didn't write that. I was like, I'm seeing something different. Okay, yes. With the lights, yes, definitely.
I have a good idea of what it is, but I don't want to just assume. Because I could be completely off, but my guess as a player is, since there were so many lights, it was a bunch of different gods just kind of looking his way for that moment. That's my guess, but we'll see if I'm correct or not.
You're close.
Alright.
So, as you are at not Talon, wow. Tiamat, they both begin with a T. Or as I like to joke, they both begin with a P. Because pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl.
So, yeah. So as you're talking to Tiamat, she tells you that the lights that you saw were indeed the gods, broken down into 3 different aspects. Whenever this happens, it's a sign that a mortal is on the right path and is ready to slowly ascend to godhood. And she explains to you that it's not simple and it's not easy, but what they see in you is someone with a potential to become as they are.
What if I want that kind of power but don't want to ascend to godhood? Think of it more as like a deterrent. I want to be able to still rule over my kingdom, but let's say there is a god out there that doesn't like my kingdom and wants to try to smite it. I want to be able to defend my kingdom. Does that make sense?
She acknowledges this, as she says that technically you could do that as well. That's basically your first step. Like in the hierarchy of becoming a god, you'll become powerful enough to match and defend yourself against them, and then there's a point where then you go to their level exactly and become a god. But if you don't want to become a god, you just want to be able to defend against them and also use your realm the ways you wish to and defend your realm, that too is possible. You will be foregoing a step into this process. But you could even potentially not only be on par with them, but even stronger than some of them. She explains that there is an entity that she doesn't know the name of. She's just aware that this individual exists, who is not a god, but is on par with some of the other gods, and has actually killed one in the past. But this was during the time she was in prison. She's only just now learning about this.
Well, how strong would one have to be to go toe-to-toe with Baba Yaga?
She laughs as she says that she is unfamiliar with her full potential. She knows that Baba Yaga is technically not a god, but she is also someone that the gods don't mess with. there was a story she's aware of years ago of a god tried to take over the Feywild and make it their domain. No one remembers this god because Baba Yaga wiped them out of existence.
So Baba Yaga is stronger than whatever that god was. So she is above a god's level, or at least some god's level, which is where I'm looking to go. I'm on the path of.
Yeah, she'll even say that, like, certain gods, she doesn't know how strong they are. They could be, like she says, she is at her full power. She's like, Tiamat is very, very strong. Her and Bahamut are pretty on par. That's why there's a feud. But she acknowledges that, like, Lathander, even though they would be able to harm Lathander greatly, Lathander would destroy both of them if they were to battle. However, she's not aware if there's people stronger than Lathander. She assumes the Baba Yaga could greatly harm Lathander, but she doesn't know the extent of Baba Yaga's power. And she will also mention that not only do the gods worship Ao, bring them back to that, but also some of the gods, including Lathander, feared Ao, and that's why they gave Ao this secret and then tried to destroy Ao. And it was a combined effort of all the gods at the time. Many of them are now in the astral sea as corpses.
So Ao is the god to strive to match.
She smiles at this and she says, if you can match Ao, then you've surpassed me, because I struggled against Ao, even with the combined effort of all of us. And she says, if you could do it, I might have to start worshipping you.
Well, I do keep my word, and our people will continue to worship you, since you have changed your ways. You will not lose any worshippers. Nor me. I will continue to be your champion, even if I do surpass you in power. Like I said, it's more of a deterrent. I don't have any plans to fight a god or kill a god, even Bahamut, as much as I dislike metallic dragons and their god. That doesn't mean that I would wipe them all out, because there's no point in that. However, if they wanted to start a war with me, that's a different story.
She nods at that. She even says that she's aware that you're on the path to discover things about dragons. And she'll mention that the reason a lot of, like, dragon and dragonborn culture is missing, there's not like a known, like, focal point as to how it happened, but she believes that one of these reasons has to do possibly with Ao and, like, giving him a bunch of forbidden knowledge that perhaps maybe some general knowledge accidentally got mixed in. And that's why a lot of, like, dragonborn and dragon culture all of a sudden disappeared. Like, even for her, there's things that she should know that she just doesn't know anymore, and it frustrates her to no end.
How would I go about finding this Ao? I was told that only a god would know how to find them.
Many of the different gods thought that they destroyed Ao and destroyed the knowledge they gave to him, but Ao managed to survive. From what I know on my end, is that upon this battle, Ao created another realm that is not known to any of us and has evacuated to there to rest and recover. I don't know how to get to that realm, but I know of some individuals who may know how to get there. Some of the gods, at least. But one of the main gods who would have known how to get to Ao's realm has gone crazy. We don't even consider this god to be a part of the pantheon anymore. But they are technically still around. And there is another god who is unfortunately a god of lies, so it would be hard to figure out the truth if you were to talk to this one. So you have several options. She recommends trying to find different gods, gain what you can learn from them, and then try to piece together who you should talk to. Because her information could be out of date. Because when she was in prison, she was kind of removed from the pantheon a little bit, as she wasn't able to keep up to date with all the things that have been going on. So she's missing a lot of information. There's a lot of gaps.
I'm always one to try something incredibly stupid. Do you have a description of AO? Like what they look like? Or is that also lost?
As you say...
Oh wait, I actually
AO?
have a description, don't I? I know what
Yes.
AO looks like.
Yes, because as soon as you said the word AO, an image burned into your mind.
Yeah, I remember that. Okay. You know, I'm gonna try something. I don't know if this is gonna work or not, but I'm gonna attempt to scry on a god. I'm gonna attempt to scry on AO.
So there's AO.
I'm pretty sure he'll resist it very easily, but I'm gonna try.
Oh yeah, you attempt. What's the DC?
It's a DC 19 Wisdom. I'm sure he'll have no problem passing it, or they will. I don't know if it's a male or female, but
yeah. They immediately
I figured.
What I'll say is, as you focus on trying to scry on AO, you see the different realms of the different gods. And then you feel as though like there's some sort of like connecting force between all of them. A shared history. Of course, now you know this shared history is about AO. But as you're like trying to connect this shared history together in order to travel to scry onto AO, something just blocks you. And you are unsuccessful.
That's unfortunate. I didn't think that would work, but it was worth a shot. Now, this is a weird question, but I have to ask it. When I saw this shared history, was I seeing different realms?
So, what you were seeing was the different realms of the gods, their planes, like their heavens or hells or whatever, and you began to realize that they all share something in common. And if you didn't have the context for AO, then you've been like, huh, they're all connected somehow. I wonder why. But because now you know about AO, you know that's their connection. And you felt as though if you could, like, tap into that, you could then link all of their connections together into, like, this beam to teleport you to AO, to scry onto AO. But it stopped before you can even connect.
Alright. And I'm sure this isn't gonna work either, but I want to try if you'll let me. If I have an idea of what all the realms were, I want to try to focus on a realm that doesn't exist. And try to plane shift to that realm where I think AO might be hiding in a realm that I'm not able to spot. I think that means the plane shift will automatically fail. But that's what I would like to try.
I like this thought. Give yourself inspiration for this thought. I want you to roll me a D100. This is not the plane shift thing. This is something different.
Okay. I don't know if I want high or low, but let's see. Oh, hopefully I wanted low. Let's find out.
Yeah, and I was going to say you want low for this.
Okay.
So, you're looking at these different realms, the different domains of the gods. And you're trying to focus on like something that doesn't exist. Almost like a realm in between realms, long forgotten, or like just one that just really does not exist, because then maybe you could get to AO that way. You start to notice in your mind that there are indeed gaps in between each of the gods. So like, an example, Lathander and his realm, and then there's another realm right next to it, but then in between the two, there's something that's unknown. And each of these gods are almost like a, like, imagine like a pearl bracelet where each of the pearls are the different gods' domains. And they're all like in a circle, from like the top being like a good domain and the bottom being evil. And they're all like interlinked. But then imagine that in between the pearls, there's also like a realm that is obscured from view. And as you tap into that, you feel like you could travel to one of these, but you know that it won't be Aos. But this is odd because this has never been taught to the mortals, so you just discovered something that no one else knows. That there are realms in between the realms of the gods.
Well, I don't know where I'm gonna end up, but I'll see you again, Tiamat. Until then, and I am going to plane shift to one of these unknown realms, even though I know it's not going to bring me to AO. I found something, and now I want to know what I found. So for good or bad, he's going to try to plane shift to one of these unknown spaces between two gods' realms, even though it's not AO.
Let's see if I can find a good reference for you. Let's see. Would this be a big enough image? Maybe not. Let me click the actual site. I'm going to try to get a good image for you. Okay. So yeah, each of the realms has either like a god or multiple gods that exist in it. So like Elysium is basically where Lathander would be, and then like the Nine Hells is where Asmodeus would be.
Oh, trust me, I got the imagery. The way I pictured it is like there's either a little bead in between each pearl, or it's the string itself that's kind of connecting all the pearls that I'm tapping into. That's the way I perceived it with the way you described it.
So you're tapping into the string, but you've noticed beads in between each of the realms. Basically.
Got it.
That would be a better description.
Okay.
So I would say pick one of the in-betweens.
So just pick two gods and say that's where I'm going in between?
Or two of these realms. So like you could do like Elysium, Bitopia, you could do like the Nine Hells and Archon. Yeah, you could just pick any of these. You could even do like air and water and go in between that. It's up to you.
Where is Tiamat technically located? The lower planes, I'm guessing?
So Tiamat was trapped in the Nine Hells, which is lawful evil. Now that she's becoming lawful evil, she's basically returned to her original plane, which I can't remember. I think it was chaotic evil, which I believe is Hades. And she's trying to transition it. Oh no, the Abyss is chaotic evil. So she's returned to the Abyss, but she's taken her piece of the Abyss and trying to bring it to the Hells now that she's lawful evil.
Okay. So let's go. for between. I'm gonna butcher this name. Archeon? Archeon?
Yeah, it's. I
And
think it's Archron.
Archron and
I,
the Nine Hells. Let's go between them two.
Alright, let me mark that down. That you traveled there. Wait, so TH. Give me 1 second. I gotta update a couple things.
Yeah, no worries, man. I blame Death Battle for giving me a lot of cool ideas for shit.
Forgot to unmute. So you focus on the realm in between Archron and the Nine Hells, and you travel there. Let's see. I'm double checking because I believe I know this to be true, but I want to double check to make sure I'm not giving you the wrong information. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's what it is. That's right. Archon's a infinite battlefield, and it's basically on a giant cube. That's what that is. Okay. Ah! Okay, now I remember what Archon is. Okay, that's good to know. Let me pull up my... Where is it? Okay. So I was right. Okay, good to know. Let's see. So, as you focus onto this plane in between planes, and you're trying to figure out, like, the travel, and you successfully travel here, what you see is land, almost as if it's made of bone. A dark, stormy sky above your head with red, yellow, and green lightning. Just constantly lightning in the sky, but yet you hear no thunder. There is these geometric shapes all over the place. They're just floating there, hovering. Occasionally one of them gets hit by one of these lightnings and they change shape to a different geometrical shape. You also notice in the sky these red chains all over the place, almost as if the sky is being covered with chains, as well as a storm.
Now,
And
these don't look like the chains that are used to hold back the Whispered One, right?
no, these look very different. These look less red and more like rusty chains,
Okay.
where the Whispered One is held back by the golden chains.
Okay. I'm going to try to interact with one of these geometrical patterns and see what happens.
Alright. Do you have a preference as to which one you grab?
I have no idea what any of them look like, so I guess if we're going like off a color or something, maybe one that's red, I guess. We'll keep
Okay.
it themed.
I'll say you go up to like a red square.
Works for me.
And you walk up to this red square. It's only like 6 feet in the air, hovering. Directly underneath it, you notice a bunch of like skeletal remains.
Mm-hmm.
But the entire ground itself is almost it's made of not just one bone, but many, many, many bones, many skeletons greatly packed into the ground. And as you touch this cube, I'll say, a red cube, if you touch it, you get a flash of memories of. You don't know who this individual is, but you could tell it was at one point a god who looks to be like a god of flowers. Very, very tall man whose hair looks like it's made of many different flowers. Given a sermon to people, and then you all of a sudden see a blade come out of his chest, and he bleeds this like golden blood, and this blade gets coated in it, and then that's the image entirety. Like if it quickly flashes and then it goes away.
Interesting. Now, just you don't have to describe the whole thing, but for sake of for sake of brevity, he's gonna touch it again and see if he sees the same thing, or if nothing happens if he touches it a second time. It's a test.
Yeah. As you touch it a second time, you see a little bit of before this happened. You basically see this god or whatever building a church for its followers, but
Okay.
that's about it.
Alright, so each one of these things. This is what he's thinking to himself. Each one of these things looks like they contain some type of memory. They might be from the same god, or they might be different. So to test his theory, he's going to fly to a different one and touch it and see what happens.
A different god. This one looks like it has many eyes, and it has no like true body or whatever. It's just like a floating pile of eyes, also being cut down by a massive blade, and also bleeding this like golden blood.
Can I see the one wielding the blade, or do I just see the massive blade?
You just see the massive blade. You do not see the wielder.
Interesting. And are these gods I kind of recognize, or absolutely not?
This is the first time you're ever hearing of them, almost as if these gods have been forgotten, but you're like the first one to see them from long ago. Like you're discovering that, oh, these used to be gods.
Alright, so here's his thought process here. If these contain knowledge of forgotten gods, one of these might have knowledge on Ao.
Perhaps.
So, with that in mind, he's going to start his investigation and see if, each one of these is a different god that is struck down by the same blade. If so, he might touch it again to see, like, if there was something that led up to that first strike, or if there's any commonalities between any of the visions that he sees outside of just the blade.
Alright. So, once you go through a bunch of these, I'll say go through like 20 of these geometric shapes, you're getting the same thing as in the first image you get is of a forgotten god being cut down by a blade and bleeding golden blood. And then you touch it again and you see a little before that of them like establishing a church. Then a little before that of them gaining followers and some of the traditions that the followers do. Then once more before that of like the world itself, like you see the globe, you see a bunch of energies coming to the world. And then before that, you see just the god itself talking to other entities, but you can't make out who they are. And they all share that. It's almost as if you're getting like a brief timeline of these individual forgotten gods coming to the world and then being killed by something, but also establishing a religion. And you can only go back, like, after you touch it 5 times, once you touch it a 6th time, it repeats. You get the full story, but, like, it repeats. But the stories are all vague.
Alright,
And eventually, you go to this, like, final one, same situation, but next to it on the ground, you see a flag that has this image on it that's waving in the sky.
interesting.
And it looks like very, very old. It's not necessarily a flag, it's more like papyrus that's been attached to like a flagpole, and it looks extremely old.
Alright. Now, I'm going to do 2 separate rolls here. The first one is going to be a history check to see if maybe all these gods being killed might have something to do with... I'm assuming this takes place in the Forgotten Realms?
Yes, I of course add my own touch to it, but
Yep.
yes, this is all Forgotten Realms.
Does the calamity exist in your world?
Not the type in Critical Role, but there are like similar events.
Okay, I want to see if maybe this is part of all these gods dying might be part of them events. So this is my first history roll. I am burning an inspiration to roll at advantage.
All right.
Oh, that's horrible. Only a 14.
The only thing you assume is whatever this is that killed these gods is got to be the same thing, because you're always seeing the same type of blade.
Mm-hmm.
So your hunch is this could all be the same thing, but that's all you're getting.
Alright, fair enough. The next one, I'm sure will be a higher DC. It can be either history or religion. I'm going to say history because why not? To see if somehow I might fucking know something about this flag, which I doubt very much.
All right.
Nope, 15.
You've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, what if I touch the flag?
It begins to crumble. This is like very, very old papyrus. And somehow you begin to realize there's no wind here. So there's, like, if there was wind, it would have been disintegrated years ago. But as you touch it, you break off a piece. But nothing magically happened.
No memories here. Okay.
And you start to notice that you didn't notice it at first, but you're noticing different piles of crumbled paper on the ground. You assume they may all be either the same, or at least there's just crumbled papyrus on the ground. But off in the distance, towards the edge of your vision of what you can see, you notice that there is another pole, and you think there's something like this on there. You have to get closer in order to see, but you're noticing that there's more to this. You're also noticing that the world itself is in an impossible shape, because you're getting like grooves down a bone and grooves up that are just way too big and way too like deep in order to be like in the realm that you exist in.
Got it. Okay. Well, on the off chance this is some forgotten lost language, I'm going to cast Comprehend Languages.
As you cast Comprehend Languages, you do notice that there is a slight bit of language to this. It's mostly art, but they hid letters into it of like an ancient language. And what you get is chained, and that's about it. You think there was more to this, but what you get is chained.
Alright,
So maybe this was a piece to a bigger set, and this piece only says chained. But you notice that it kind of like matches the theme of like the sky with all these rusty chains in the sky.
You said there was another one, so I'll go check out that one while I have Comprehend Languages up.
Okay, the other one is more detailed. It's still very old. It has that image plus another one. And with Copperhead languages, you get Chained Oblivion.
Chained Oblivion.
I do add some Critical Role things, but not all.
Alright, so I am going to roll a religion check, which is the same as my history. Nope, not ringing a bell.
Does not ring a bell. You know the different, like Vecna was chained. But that was mostly by mortals. But I will say you know that chaining something of power is a thing that happens throughout time.
Mm-hmm.
So that might be the context about this, but it also could be unrelated. It could be coincidence, but highly unlikely. I will say, now that you've been here for, I'll say about 30 minutes, you've been here.
Yeah,
maybe an hour, because it took you a while to, like, go to these different cubes.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's I'm not gonna pretend like, oh, it's only been a couple of minutes. No, he did some investigating, so it's probably been a minute.
So, even though there's no wind, and you don't hear the thunder of the lightning, you have noticed like a steady like wind kind of sound. As you've been here for at the very least an hour, your ears have kind of like attuned to it. Not magically or anything, it's just like, I'll say it.
Yep.
You begin to realize that this realm is breathing. You are hearing breath.
Well, this realm isn't dead then. There's something here. Now that nixes what I was going to try to do next. But I can always try the other thing. Yeah, why not? I'm going to take the air and start flying up towards these chains and the lightning.
Okay. As you get closer and closer to the chains, you notice that there is something within inside the chains. Almost as if, like, instead of this realm that you're in being chained to the outside world and, like, being blocked, you're on what is closest to a realm that's being chained. So you notice that there is a moon that is going to be hard to get chains, but you could maneuver yourself to get through the moon.
Yeah, you broke up a lot. You said there's a moon beyond the chains that I might be able to maneuver myself through the chains to get to?
Yes, but these chains are very, very tight. It's going to be hard, but you can still do it. You could even take time to try to find, like, a bigger gap. But the other thing you're noticing is you're immune to fire, so that's good, because it's extremely hot by the chains. Luckily, you can handle it, but you think anyone else would have, by now, died of heat exhaustion, or even burnt up to a crisp with the heat that's here. As you are closer now, you notice that the lightning has no effect. It doesn't hurt. It's more of like a visual thing. As some of the bolts actually hit you, but no pain.
That was going to be something else he tested. He's going to see if he could maybe get struck by these and if they would cause damage, or if you could draw power from it. But
the only thing you've noticed that this lightning does is it strikes one of those geometrical shapes and it changes the shape and the color, but that's about it.
And he would have already tested this, but when it changes the shape and the color, does it show a different memory or the same memory?
It shows a different memory of a different entity. It doesn't show the same one.
Okay. So before I go through the chains, if I look back down at the ground, because I'm assuming I'm high up now, do I see anything about the land that looks odd, since I heard breathing down there?
you begin to notice that what you were hearing was actually up here, but
Oh,
you could
okay.
hear like echo it. Now that you've closer to the chains, you're hearing the breathing coming from the moon. But yeah, the land itself on the ground is very, very odd. Like it's made of bone, like packed together tightly, but it's in weird shapes that just could not exist normally.
Alright, well, I mean, I've already come this far. Might as well see if I can get some answers from whatever's out there. So I will try to work my way past the chains.
All right, make a let's see. I would say either acrobatics or athletics. I think maybe athletics because that's more of like jostling and like moving, whereas acrobatics is more like strength based, if I'm remembering correctly. The dex
Um,
based one.
yeah, that's a dex-based one. I am not
Yep.
dexterous. Alright, this should be decent as long as I don't get a fucking nat 1. Which I'll reroll if I do. Alright, 39.
Alright, you do indeed find a gap, and you're able to maneuver yourself in between these chains. I'll say you notice, like, a little bug or something that's here. Like, you weren't seeing any light, but as you get up into the sky, you are noticing, like, these bugs. Almost like locusts buzzing around, but they've been avoiding you. One of them touches the chain and doesn't explode, but implodes.
Huh.
And you notice these runic writings throughout these chains. These like arcane writings throughout all of them. And these chains are thick. They are thicker than you are tall.
So they're absolutely fucking massive. Because I
Yes.
believe in this form I'm either 7 or 8 feet tall. I'd have to look at
These
my character
chains,
sheet. But
these
yeah.
chains are about 50 feet thick.
Okay. Yeah, much bigger than I am.
Yep.
Alright, once I am past them, I guess I will make my way towards this moon that apparently is breathing.
And as you get closer to this moon, this kind of like Mars in its coloration.
Mhm.
The breathing you notice is getting louder, but it's more sounding like wind. And as you land, it is like a heavy dust storm on the ground, but off in the distance you notice this massive black tower at like the north pole of this moon. This massive black tower that goes past the atmosphere of this moon if it had one. And then you notice that there are cities and buildings, buildings. There's like a city surrounding this black tower. And you are seeing the occasional life. Like you see individuals walking around. Of a species you have never seen before in your life.
Okay. Well, this is definitely not what I was expecting. Well, I guess it couldn't hurt to check that out first, I suppose. So I will fly towards the city and see if I can speak with one of the locals and gain any information.
As you go down into the city, you notice a lot of people that look like this walking around, doing their daily tasks. They're speaking in a language that you don't understand. Unless comprehend language is up, then you'll understand them.
I think it only lasts 10 minutes, so I'll have to recast it.
Alright. So at first you don't understand them, then you recast it, and it seems as if they're just going about their daily business, like shopping, that type of stuff. You wound up in like a market area.
Oh,
There's
it
also
lasts for 1 hour actually, but then again, it probably would have already depleted by the time flying up here and getting past the chains and everything. So I'd probably have to recast it regardless.
all right, yeah, more than likely. Let's see. But yeah, you at first they don't notice you. But yeah, you see ones like that, ones like this. But eventually one of them turns to you and you see their like mouth opens wide, like what the fuck? And like everyone just like stops at what they're doing and they stare. Like they've never seen anything like you before. And probably, honestly, they probably haven't.
I think comprehend languages only lets me understand, not speak. Let's see, for the duration you understand the literal meaning of the spoken language that you hear. You also understand the written language that you see. Blah, 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 blah. So it doesn't say I can speak their language. It just says I can understand.
I usually the way I usually do it is like after an hour, once it's used up, if you do it again and you focus on the same language, you'll be able to like speak broken of their language, but you won't be able like to have mastery of it. You have like a broken way of speaking. But right now you don't have that.
So okay, I will do my best to convey that I'm searching for any information on Io.
See, they're all
if I'm
looking
able
around.
to, I will I'll attempt a sketch of Io.
Alright. You see, they're all looking around in confusion. Some of them are like, you see, like the one with like the cape, grab a bunch of kids and like hides them in the cape, and like kind of like goes back. And other people are very like curious. You see some kids walk up to you and they're like touching you, like surprised. You make a sketch of Ao, and they look at it with their heads tilted. They don't know what that is. But one of them kind of gives like a little like clap, like a one-handed clap that you assume is like good job. Well, with comprehend languages, you kind of get like the body context of this is like, oh, good job with the artwork. And then you see this individual floats up to you and looks at you up and down, and then turns to the other people and she speaks like, we known, because you have comprehend languages up, you hear she goes, we've known for years now that our end could be soon, but please do not panic. If this is truly our end, it will be peaceful. It will not be painful, but if this is not our end, then we have a visitor from the outside. And I know what you are all thinking. You hear people, a bunch of things.
I lost you. People
Oh,
bunch.
sorry.
I heard people bunch things.
Yeah. A bunch of people in the crowd being like, oh god, what is this? Is this our end? Is this like an outsider? And like people are like making up stories like, is this a god? Is this just like an alien? Right? But this individual talks and she says, but fear not. I will attempt to communicate with this entity to try to figure out what it is. Please be calm. Do not make any sudden movements. And then she turns to you and telepathically...
He kind of has one brow raised, like...
Yeah.
And he has his head cocked. And maybe a slight grin of amusement.
And she turns to you. And telepathically, which does not require a shared language, she just says, are you here to kill us all, or are you an outsider? Or something more?
and telepathically, because that was actually going to be something he was going to try because he can communicate telepathically.
Yeah.
But I figured it would just come across as they wouldn't understand anyway, but he was going to try it nonetheless. He will say, I guess you can consider me an outsider. I came here looking for information. I thought I might find something in this realm, but it seems that I'm not able to find what I seek here. So in short,
And
no, I'm not here to kill any of you.
she turns to the crowd and she says, "This is not our end that has been prophesied." And you see people like sigh of relief, and then some people are actually sad about it, but most of them are happy. It is an outsider seeking knowledge. And then she turns to you and she says, "What type of knowledge do you seek from us?"
I'm trying to find a god named Io. Any information on that, but unfortunately below, past the chains, all I was able to find was a bunch of memories of different gods being felled by some type of blade. Couldn't see who was wielding it though.
You see this confuses her, and she says, "Beyond the chains. So you are from the chains, but we don't know much about beyond the chains, but you say God. What is that?"
An extremely powerful being capable of bringing calamity and destruction to pretty much everything if it wanted to. Typically they're worshipped and they have several followers.
You see this concept is strange to her, but she says, "Yeah, we don't have anything like that I'm aware of. You may want to speak to one of the elder prophets." And she looks around, and you notice now there are some hooded figures who are keeping an eye on her. And she says, "I'm going to attempt to do this stealthily, for they can hear my thoughts. Try to meet with Zachariah." And then she looks around. She goes, "Well, out in the open. Well, I hope you find what you see." And then she walks away. You see those hooded figures watch her, but they don't follow. But then they turn to you. And as she starts to like go around to some of the kids and tries to calm them down, be like, "Don't worry, we're not going to be attacked."
Alright, and the name was Zachariah? Do I have that right?
Yes. You assume that that's just like a translation to what the closest would be for a name that you would understand. It was odd in your brain because there was like a Z, but you like auto corrected to Zachariah. You couldn't really comprehend what the actual name was. It's like the closest thing you could get.
Okay. So, how far away are these hooded figures?
They are on top of buildings. The closest one is about 500 feet away. The furthest is about 2,000.
Alright. I'll attempt to get close to the one that is 500 feet away, with them being the closest. I need to get within 60 feet of them if possible.
Alright, as you get closer and closer, you notice that this individual is looking at you, but you think that they believe that they are hidden from you. They just think that what you are doing is a coincidence, that you just happen to be getting close, but they don't think you're actually able to perceive them.
That's it, I can perceive invisibility. I got fucking true sight.
Yep. And you're going to realize now that they are indeed invisible.
Alright. So,
you didn't notice it at first because of your true sight, but now that you're closer, you're like, they're invisible. That's why they're not reacting to this.
so once I'm within 60 feet, I will make a telepathic connection, and I will say the name Zachariah, or High Priest.
As you say that, you see their eyes go wide. This one that's like close to you now, that you've gotten closer to,
Mm-hmm.
and he
And
begins to realize that you can see.
I will look directly at them now. Because before
And
I wasn't looking directly at them, now he is.
he holds out his hands like to the sides, almost like a T pose, which body language and comprehend language I allow you to be able to comprehend body language as well. You realize that it's like a surrender. Like their T pose is like a surrender rather than us who holds our hands in the sky. And its eyes are like wide. It's like, what the fuck?
So I will unfurl my wings and fly up to him. And say, or him, her, I don't know what it is, say again telepathically, do you know where I can find someone close to the name of Zachariah, or one of your higher council members or high priests, someone here who has a lot of knowledge?
This thing will nod up and down and just go, like point towards the massive black tower, and say, Zachariah is just before there.
Alright, I'll give him a nod and start flying in that direction, which I don't know how fast these people can move, but if, let's see, if 150 feet per 6 seconds is fast to them, then I would appear to be very fast to them.
Oh yeah. You start to fly, you see that they, like, people are like pointing into the sky, like shocked that someone can fly. You notice that most of these people hover, but you never see them like go higher than that.
Mm-hmm.
And they see you fly, and there's like, whoa, how's this happening? Like, this is amazing. And they are not, like, they start to try to keep up with you, but no chance. They are unable to do so.
Alright, and said before the Black Tower, so when I reach that area, I'll start to look for some place that looks like, maybe I should begin questioning and begin my search there. Again, I'm on a completely foreign area. I don't think I'm going to get any information here, but I might as well try while I'm here.
Yeah. As you're, like, flying around looking for something, like, maybe 2,000 feet before you get to the Black Tower, maybe 5,000 feet, actually, you notice that there is this area where there's hardly any buildings. There's just, like, one central building that's almost like a... Like, from the ground, you can tell it's like a cube, but the roof is like a dome. And you see these different sigils on the dome. And with your comprehend languages, you begin to realize that this is like a church. But you also see the chain pattern to it. And you kind of are thinking, like, maybe this is the individual they told you to go see. This Zachariah fellow. This may be where they are located.
Alright. As I get closer, do I see an entrance?
You do see curtains that you could easily walk through as you get closer.
Alright, I will land, fold my wings back up, kind of like I'm wearing them like a cape, basically. And I will walk through the curtains.
Alright, as you walk through the curtains, you see... It's not like you've been to some churches before, so you've seen what those type of things look like. This is similar in design a little bit. There's not like areas to sit down. You think maybe that's because these entities mostly float, so perhaps they don't need to sit. But you do notice a similar individual to the one you were talking to, not the hooded one, but the first one. But this one's in black robes with red chains covering their body, but almost like not like in any like way to hurt them or anything. It's more like decoration. The chains are.
Got it. And do they currently seem busy, or do they notice me enter?
They do notice you enter. You do see like a bit of a shock to them, but they're just like being present. They're waiting. They're not gonna approach, but they don't seem like afraid.
I will reach out telepathically. I might have the name wrong, but do you go by something close to Zachariah?
It nods.
Your peoples don't seem to have a concept of what a god is. Do you?
There's a little bit of back and forth where you like explain what a god is, and then this individual says, "We have a powerful individual in the tower that we are forbidden to enter. Not really worship in the way that you've explained, but that would work."
Would this individual have any knowledge about other beings as I have described to be gods?
Possibly if you can communicate with them. This individual has been chained in the tower for so long that we have kind of mostly forbidden anyone from entering. The last time someone entered, they withered. And you could tell it's struggling to come up with the word die, as you begin to realize that death is a strange concept to them.
I think I understand what you mean. So am I also under these restraints that I am forbidden to try to enter this tower?
It would be taboo to enter, but you are an outsider here. We do not impose our laws onto outsiders. We barely even have a concept for outsiders other than the word we speak, so you would not be stopped. There are no guards.
Well, I thank you for your information. And since I am here, I might as well give it a shot. I didn't learn too much on the surface where I came from beyond the chains. So if this individual might have insight on that blade and who wielded it, that could be of use to me. This might not be a total lost cause after all. Kind of give a little nod, thank them for their time. And I'll head back on outside, and I guess I'm going for the tower, as stupid as it fucking sounds.
Alright.
Like I said, I'm gonna make the most of my trip here. Might as well.
Yep. Let's see. Just looking up a reference real quick. But yeah, so you start to head towards the tower. Let's see. Just try and... Where did I put that?
Yeah, and I got 150 feet every 6 seconds. And that's without using any special abilities or anything. That's just movement and dash action.
As you head into this tower, you begin to realize that the windows to this tower are where the chains originate from. And they start off small, but then once they get to the sky, they get bigger and bigger and bigger. And as you head into this tower, uh, you go up several floors before you find this that's all chained up.
So I don't wither away. Interesting.
Not here, apparently. Because the last individual withered away here, but apparently you are not.
So I will look at this being, and I'm assuming that, again, it won't understand my language, so I will attempt to reach out telepathically. Do you have the concept of what a god is? Do you understand that concept?
As you reach out telepathically, it's like everything around you, like all the color that was here, all these like red trains, everything turns black and white. And everything is silent. And the only color you see is coming off of this entity, this red that this entity produces. And it says, I was a god slayer in life. This is my realm of punishment.
Was it you that wielded that blade?
As you say that, you get this thought to look up, and as you do, you see this massive blade covered in gold that's kind of like dripping. This golden blood that's dripping. It's also covered in chains away from this entity.
Ah, that is a beautiful blade. Tell me, do you know of a god? Seems to have been forgotten to time, much as I suppose you have. Went by the name of Ao.
As you say, forgotten the time as you would have, you get that sense of fear, but because you're immune to fear, it doesn't bother you. But you feel like if you didn't have that, you would have been stricken with intense fear. And then as you say Ao, you see this creature in its true form that looks like this, killing all these gods that you saw before, as well as many others. The gods working together, including Ao, but you still see the same type of image that you saw of Ao. It's more like a picture of Ao is there, rather than like Ao actually moving. So like it's like a blocked memory, but you're seeing like the picture of him. And you see that they wrap this creature in chains, and they throw it into another plane. They create this plane for it to be a prison. And you hear the Thunder say that if the chained oblivion were to ever escape, we would not have the power to stop it. And then it turns to Ao, and it says, we must give this knowledge to Ao, as well as the others. So this is one of the things that was forgotten that they gave to Ao. However, you're seeing that moment. And you're also beginning to realize that this creature itself is called Chained Oblivion for a good reason. If it were to be free, it will cause an oblivion that the gods could not stop. It took them everything to chain it. And this thing is not a god.
Question.
Yes.
Looking at that blade, if I was to try to get my hands on that blade, would it also free this creature?
You feel as though that's a high possibility, but you are not certain. It kind of looks, though, like if you were to unchain one, the other would be chained, as you're like looking at all these chains. So you think that would happen? But who knows? There's always a chance, but it's a very risky chance. Because the images you got were even the gods could not stop this thing if it were to be free.
Oh, you're tempting me with a Pandora's box.
You're welcome.
Alright, I'm going to do some investigating here. I want to see if there's a way that I can get this blade without freeing this creature.
Alright,
Oh,
DC is 30.
Oh, there's no way I can do that with an investigation. I only have a +4. So I have no clue.
Yeah. You're overwhelmed with the thought that if you get the blade free, the creature will also be free. This thing also looks extremely heavy. Probably a good 5,000 pounds.
Alright, so I'm just gonna do this anyway. On the off chance again, nat 20. I'm gonna burn all my luck. So here we go. Just need 120. Nope. Okay, so I have no clue. Burned all my luck. Alright.
But I will say you're beginning to notice something. The longer that you are in here with this creature, you are noticing that you are starting to feel weaker. It's very subtle, but you're feeling your energy begin to drain as you are in here. You calculate, I'll say with that 13, plus 4, right? So 13, 14, 15, 16, so 17. With a 17, you calculate that if you were to be in here for another hour, your strength and constitution would be cut in half.
Okay. So, if I was to free the blade, like if I was to undo the chains, then there's a good chance this creature would be set free.
And the gods fear this creature because they do not believe they can stop it. That's why they chained it originally, and why several gods died in the process.
Alright. But there's nothing that's stopping me from going up and inspecting the blade, because I do still have time here, so I'm going to go up and inspect the blade.
You inspect the blade, and once a minute, every minute, a single golden drop of blood falls from the blade and lands next to this chained oblivion individual, and that you can tell it pisses him off because he's so close, but yet so far. But this blade is massive. You can tell already it's about 5,000 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
So this creature must be extremely strong and massive itself once it's in its true form in order to wield this thing.
I'm going to take out a vial and I'm going to collect some of the droplets.
You take out a vial and you collect some of the droplets. The vial itself turns like it glows, and it turns like this bright golden color, almost as if you've been given a gift of a god. Technically you have. This is the blood of some of them. I got marked down that Talon has god blood now.
Yeah, I'm just adding that to my notes. Alright, I'll seal that away. And the last thing I will do is, although I cannot remove the chains from this blade, I'm going to go over to the handle and I'm just going to touch the handle and see if I get anything from the blade itself just by touching it.
You touch it and you feel the pain, the agony, the despair of these gods that the chained oblivion killed. Both good, neutral, and evil did not matter. You feel their last moments. You feel the intense pain. For a moment, you think you're about ready to die just touching it. And then you're able to let go. But you feel the death of all these gods that it slayed over and over again. You realize this creature killed over 1,000. So apparently the Pantheon used to be extremely massive until this creature came about.
Well, that's not something I can wield, unfortunately. Because his plan was one of the plans, since I couldn't undo the chains, was to maybe see if he could resize the blade by attuning to it. But if he can't hold it for long enough to attune to it, then there's no point.
Right. You feel like the longer you hold it, eventually you would attune to it, but you would be constantly feeling the death of these gods, and it gets more intense the longer you hold.
Yeah, it takes me an hour to attune, and I can't last another hour in here.
Well, your strength and con would be cut in half. You'll still be there, but yeah.
Yeah, I'd prefer not to have a permanent cut to my strength and con.
What? That's wise.
Alright. Well, I'll land back down in front of this creature. Well, it seems that you have nothing to offer me, so I will leave you to your peace. And with that, he'll turn and start to walk away.
Yeah, you hear it go, no peace here. This is just pain and suffering, pain and suffering. You hear that over and over and over again. You start to feel you're about ready to be compelled to inflict pain and suffering onto the people of this moon that you're on, but you are able to get out of the tower just in time before that consumes you.
Alright. Crack his neck. Let's see. So there was a god that went insane, and there was a god of lies. Them were the only two leads I was given by Tiamat, right?
Yes, a god that went insane and a god of lies. Both of them could be useful, but a god of lies would be hard to try to discern if they're telling the truth or telling lies, but apparently they actually have good information. Whereas the insane god would be hard to communicate with for a different reason, because they're batshit insane.
Yeah.
But both of those were the only ones that Tiamat is aware of. There could be more. She would have said, and I forgot to mention this, she would have said perhaps Bahamut and Lathander, but, you know, she's opposed to them. But they may have some help. But those were, like, the only ones that she was able to suggest.
Alright, and in this space, do I feel any type of connection to the gods? Could I reach out to them here, or no?
You feel no connection. You feel a separation of the gods here.
That's what I thought. Okay. Alright, well, with that, I will plane shift back to the Feywild. You know, take a fucking rest, get my shit back.
Yeah.
I love this spot in the Feywild. It's like my own little personal cheat code.
Yeah.
Alright, and since I'm in the Feywild, I can communicate with gods now that I'm on a plane where gods can see.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So, I'm gonna take out the vial of God's blood and say, Lathander, looky what I got. I think we should talk. And I'm gonna see what happens.
If you were to just say that without the vial, probably nothing would have happened, but you have that vial.
Yep.
The clouds part, and a beam of light shines down onto you. You see golden stairs of light await your approach.
I will put the vial away, and I will approach the stairs and begin to head up them.
You begin to head up. You notice these angels, these like biblically accurate angels.
Oh, with the eyes and shit. Yep, okay.
Yeah. They surround you, they guide you up the stairs, but you do hear them say, thank you for removing the rot as you just destroyed the main source.
Of course.
And they'll mention that that is the reason that you now have the potential to become one.
Because I removed
Different.
the rot. Interesting.
Because of that, you have tapped into a power where you could, in the future, be a god. That was your. And they explained that, like, there is a moment in all entities that there's, like, this trigger, and if they trigger it, then they could possibly become as the gods are, but many, in fact, very few ever encounter it. And one of these angels will say that you are the first in over 2,000 years.
Oh, what can I say? I'm pioneering a lot of things right now, but I have to admit, this is definitely a surprise to me. Not an unwelcome one.
The guy.
I was gonna say,
Okay.
yeah. No, I was gonna say, with that, he'll just, continue to walk up these steps in silence and let them guide him.
You notice that these angels are kind of drawn to the vial. In fact, some of them almost are in like a hypnotic stance, just staring at the vial, but then they shake out of it. But as you get to the heavens, you notice this field of sunflowers, beautiful mountains off in the distance, and you see Lathander himself in a field with a child holding it to the sky. Standard height of a human, about like 5'8", 5'10", somewhere around there. Uh, there's, you notice paladins of Lathander surrounding him, but he motions them to leave, and they walk away.
I was
And
gonna
it's
say,
just
how do they feel about a lawful evil being in Lathander's domain? I gotta
some
assume
of
that
them
they're
look.
not too happy about it.
Yeah. Some of them are in disgust. Some of them are curious about what's going on. You see hundreds of these paladins, by the way. You assume that they are all dead, and these were like devoted paladins of Lathander who are now by his side because they were so devout. Some of them are disgusted to see your presence. Some of them are intrigued, but most of them are focused on the vial. But as Lathander scoots them away, they leave. And you see Lathander is holding this baby, and the baby starts to float and goes above Lathander's head, so that way he can use his hands to talk to you. Because he's one of those type of people who talks with his hands like I do.
Well, thank you for agreeing to this audience with me. I have questions, and I think you might be the one that holds the closest thing to an answer I'm going to be able to get.
He looks you in the eyes, he looks down at the vial, and he looks back up to you. He says, "Your presence disappeared for a while, and once you returned, you have a vial of many of my former companions and foes. And once you shined that vial to the heavens to gain my attention, I could not resist. I too have questions."
Well, I'll be happy to share everything with you as long as you're forthcoming with me. I see why there is no reason we couldn't have a mutual exchange of information here. So, if you would permit me, tell me, do you know how I might find Ao?
His eyebrow raises to that, and he says, "You are looking for the one we worship, the one that we attempted to slew in order to hide knowledge that we wished for the mortals not to learn, knowledge that was too dangerous for them to know.
Indeed. Although there is one that I believe you fear much more than Ao.
You see, he's puzzled at first, but then he starts to realize what you're implying. And then he says, well, then that explains why you disappeared from our sight. Why, all of a sudden, a mortal was gone, and we had no explanation.
Yes, rather interesting. Not much of a conversationalist, that one.
It is intense pain for it to even speak. We did everything in our power to keep Threzdun from returning to the world. Though I fear Threzdun's chains have rusted, and none of my fellow gods wish to return to refurbish the chains. But they still hold. And you wish to know how to get a hold of Ao, to get to Ao's realm.
Correct. I mean, I can keep jumping blindly, but then again, if I do that, I might stumble upon more things that you wish for me not to find.
Those pocket realms, in between realms, are meant to be hidden from mortals. They are to withhold... Some are to withhold powerful entities like Threzdun, the Chained Oblivion. Others are to withhold harmful beliefs and powers that would corrupt mortals. And some are personal paradises for us to possibly commune with each other in somewhere where we could not harm each other. Sometimes I must meet with Asmodeus, and we wish to do so in a place where neither one of us can harm each other. That is the purpose of those realms. And now that you know they exist, you are able to travel through them, though I will warn you, some of them are extremely arduous, and some of them are extremely painful. There was once a powerful necromancer who traveled to one of these realms, and died upon entering the realm. So be cautious when tampering with these.
Luckily, I have safeties in place if that was to happen, but good to know. I appreciate the warning.
As for Ao, each of us gods have a piece of a key to Ao's realm. And as he said, you see he produces a beam of light that becomes solid. And it's what would be essentially the shaft to the key. And he guides it over to you. I've contacted the other. They will send me.
You're breaking up. I heard I've contacted the other. They will send me.
Alright, sorry about that. I don't know what's going on this end. But, he has contacted the other gods. They will send their pieces of the key here to this realm. However, they warn you that Ao is a threat even to mortals if you are not careful. And that if you try to learn what it will teach you, there is always a chance that it will come back to haunt you. Be cautious approaching Ao. And as he said, you of dimension come out by one, and this fire, water, but also you have in this game other metal. And he has given you the key to AO.
I appreciate the warning, and I will be cautious. I don't know if the other gods can hear me or not, but if not, please do thank them on my behalf. When it comes to redoing the chains, what does that entail exactly?
At the very least, it will take 5 of us gods, all who are opposed to each other, to work together to enter that realm. Once we enter...
I lost you again.
Yeah. Oh. It would take 5 of us gods who are opposed to each other. Need to...
Yep. Nope.
And essentially enter that realm and... take... But it's act...
Yeah, I'm getting none of this, man.
Fuck! Hang on.
It's alright.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, for some reason it's not showing me when my voice is not connected. Because usually if I, like, it breaks up or something, it shows me that it's doing that. Mm-hmm. It's all green to me, which is annoying.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, I could even, like, I could share with you the audio after, and you can hear it's like, yep, that's what I'm hearing on my side. And I'm green across the board, so I'm like, yeah, I got no fucking clue what you're saying, man.
Yeah. So to break it down, 5 gods who are opposed.
Yeah, that's as much as I got.
They would need to work together, agree to work together, enter that realm that the Chain of Oblivion is in, and the act of doing so basically will cause the chains to be refurbished. They do actually have to polish the chains, but it's a very quick process. It's just the act of 5 opposed gods working together that fixes it. That's the enchantment. And Lathander will say that this needs to be done within the next 1,000 years, or else the chains will snap. And he is struggling to get an agreement with the gods. At least 5 of them.
Well, you'd think they'd want to work together. I mean, to keep themselves from being completely annihilated, because from what I saw, that being seems to be unstoppable.
He acknowledges this and he says, "You wouldn't believe it. There is so much that we could do to work together that would benefit all of us. But I guess it would be, in mortal terms, ego that gets in the way of this."
That I can understand, but at the same time, at what point does ego outweigh self-preservation or pursuit of knowledge? For instance, you know that someone like me would never stand before you. Yet here I am, because I seek knowledge. And although we may never agree, we can speak cordially with one another, and we may even have some overlapping views. And I'm but a mortal.
And he nods in agreement and he says, "I'm supposed to be the god that unifies all the gods. I'm supposed to be the peace breaker between them all. And yet even I cannot understand why they do not wish to work together. There are many things other than this that we need to come together on, but they are so focused on themselves or their own people that they do not have the future in mind. They cannot see clearly that if we do not work together, bad things will happen. They just assume, oh, a bad thing will happen, but we fixed it before, so we'll be able to do so again." They do not understand that there is no second chance with Rizdun. The only reason we were able to chain him in the first place was because AO managed to find the one thing that could harm Tharizdun and used it, and thus using it ended that thing's existence. That thing that can harm Tharizdun no longer exists in this world. But yet they cannot get that through their minds, through their heads. It's hard. Every once in a while, I feel as though I need to turn evil to make a point, but I always hold back.
Well, would you like a little fun piece of knowledge that might help unify them?
I'm always interested in learning. So yes, you have my ear.
Oh, the blade that was used to kill so many of your brethren was almost in the hands of a mortal.
You almost took the blade for yourself.
Indeed. But I also noticed that by doing so, it might have freed that being. So I refrained from doing so.
That is a part of the imprisonment. When one gets freed, the other gets freed. And it is also hard to touch the blade without going crazy. Some people, once they touch it, they wither. Some just go mad. Others are able to withstand it, but they do not. They feel that the risk does not outweigh the benefit. That blade is a benefit if a mortal can wield it. We could not intervene. The problem is, once you have it, you now have the thing that will destroy everything. The gods and mortals alike.
Could that blade
hurdle.
destroy the Chained Oblivion?
That is a thought that we had, and once we originally chained up the Chained Oblivion, we tried to stab it with the blade. It only made it stronger, which was a great regret.
Because that was also something that I had pondered, but I lacked the knowledge, therefore I did not act. But still, maybe that might get some of them to, in mortal terms, get off their asses and put their egos in check.
He laughs at this, and he says, I will definitely bring it to their knowledge upon the next shared meeting with all of us.
Well, I have taken up enough of your time. I suppose it's time I go and see this AO. This should be interesting.
As you have the key, you also now have the knowledge of how to get to AO's realm. Like, as you hold this key, just like the slightest turn of this key changes the air itself around you. Like, sometimes you get too much oxygen, sometimes you get too little. Sometimes the air just bursts into flames around you. It's like, it changes just the nature itself near this key.
Alright, well, you said I have the knowledge now.
Yes.
So if there is nothing else that he wishes to say...
Oh, well, he was going to ask, like, where you went, but you've already answered that you went to... Yeah, that was pretty much his only question. It was like, where did you go? You just disappeared. And then you explain, he's like, answers my question.
Yep.
Oh, actually, he does have one other question. He says, do you wish to ascend to godhood, or are you one of those individuals who wish to try to harness the power without ascending?
I don't think you would like my answer. But in the simplest terms, it would be the power without ascending. Only it wouldn't quite stop there.
You see, he nods. He goes, that would be interesting to see if you achieve. You are correct, I do not like this, but I am intrigued.
Well, if it helps
I
put
would
your
hope.
mind at ease, I have no interest in going to war with any of the gods. But some things I am trying to do might displease some of the gods, and they might try to intervene. And if they do, I wish to have the power to fight back.
Ah, understandable. So you're looking for a similar power to Threzdun and possibly even the Lady of Pain, where you can be able to fend off a god if you need to, but not be a god yourself.
Correct.
Understandable.
And again, I have no desire to try to smite any god. Even Bahamut. As much as I despise Bahamut, that doesn't mean I would simply smite Bahamut for no reason.
May I suggest one god that you should be freely able to smite, and all of us gods agree so?
Would that be the Chained Oblivion?
No, Chained Oblivion is not a god.
Ah,
I'm talking about the Whispered One. He was close to ascending to godhood, and we technically have a piece of him, a piece that has ascended. He does have a realm that he's trapped in, that if he were to fully ascend would become his realm. All of us gods are in agreement that he should be stopped. The
we're
problem
currently
is,
working on that. It seems like, well, as you know, the towers were destroyed. His
yes, and I
hand
greatly
was
think
destroyed. And apparently, unless I'm mistaken, I believe we now know where the eye is.
you see, Lathander says, yes, you are correct. And once the eye is destroyed, and if you can destroy his Book of Vile Darkness, then though he will still be powerful, well, if you destroy the book, he will not be able to return. But if you destroy the eye, you will remove a lot of his power. He is quite the challenge, even for some of us. And he also makes it so we can't interfere with his influences, but destroying his artifacts weakens him to a point where he's more manageable.
Unfortunately, I know nothing about the Book of Vile Darkness. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Unfortunately, neither do I. All I know is that if that book were to be given to Vecna, he would instantly be able to return. And if that book were to be destroyed, he would not be able to return for another 1,000 years. He would have to attempt this all over again. He is an entity that does not fully die, but there are ways to keep him at bay for long periods. And if your group is successful, I believe you would keep him back for another 10,000 years, maybe even more.
Well, we'll keep on doing what we're doing then. And this little trip I'm making is, well, it could be beneficial for when he returns. As much as I'd like to say that will completely prevent his return with only one chain remaining, I think it's more likely that we're going to come to blows with this Whispered One. So that's what I'm preparing for.
It's good to prepare for that. I hope you are able to prevent him from returning, but know this, if he does return, it will only be a matter of a week before he fully ascends. So if he returns, try to stop him before the week is over. Otherwise, he will ascend to godhood and be nearly unstoppable.
If he returns, kill him quickly. get it.
Yes.
Alright, well, I suppose I should be off. I don't think we'll meet again, but then again, you never know. So,
He
perhaps
smiles.
until next time.
He smiles and he says, "Hey, you never know. You could change your mind and become a devout follower of mine." But he says that sarcastically. Gives up a little smile.
Yeah, he'll smile back and kind of give a chuckle.
What's your passive perception?
It's not great.
Okay. If you want to, you can make a perception check.
Passive perception is only 18.
Okay. If you wish to, you can make a perception check.
Alright, I'll try it. I'll try higher than 18, but I doubt it.
The DC is 25.
I'm gonna have to get, let's see, a 17 or higher then.
Yeah, no.
I'll burn an inspiration for the hell of it, because I want to know.
Alright.
It's probably going to be lower, but I'll try. Nope. Okay. Actually, I won't burn an inspiration. I'll just use a luck, because I got them back anyway. So, yeah, that was a luck attempt, and, yeah, it didn't work out, so that's fine.
Alright.
Alright, so, yeah, he will bid him farewell for now. You know, because you never know. He's not going to change his ways, but could meet again.
Yeah.
And using the knowledge that he has now, I'm going to travel to Ao.
Nice. So you now, as you use the key to travel, you see all of the realms. It's as if you're on the outside of that image of all the realms. Like you're looking at the artwork yourself. All of the realms unite into a single beam of light. And then the beam begins to part. And you walk through that parted beam. And as you do so, you enter a realm that has chunks and pieces of all the other realms, just like floating around in the sky. You do not touch onto any land. You are just floating. You see continents of like the fire elemental plane, of the Feywild, of the mortal plane. And they are slowly forming together into one plane that you can land upon. And you eventually do land in like this shell of all the planes. And as you walk through, you start to see darkness in the sky. It was just like bright white light that you were in, but now it begins to turn dark. And you see almost like tree branches surround the sky, but these dark tree branches, and then eventually they form into this cloak. And you see Ao. And it looks just like the image, so it's almost like a drawing has just appeared to the land.
Greetings, Ao.
In your mind, you see shapes and patterns and like flashes of images, flashes of history. You see a quick flash of a world of just pure light and these like orbs surrounding it, going through this pure light world, and then like something like you feel like eons pass before your vision goes back to normal. And then you see a void of nothingness. But the only thing there is the Lady of Pain. And then you see she shatters herself. And that shattering causes the universe to go into existence. Like a big bang. And some of these things that come into existence before the planets are the gods themselves, Ao being the first, trying to figure out what it is and what has happened. Then you see the gods. Then they find this world that's forming with elementals on it. And they go, "Oh, interesting." And they take it over. Then you see a flash of all the gods. And there's hundreds of thousands of them, maybe even millions. Creating life. Shaping life. You see other planets that other gods have gone to and have created. And then you see Ao resides over all of them, communicated with all of them. Then there's another flash where they all give Ao a piece of themselves, some knowledge, some forbidden knowledge. They all take chunks of themselves, weakening themselves and giving it to Ao. You see Ao get stronger and bigger, becoming as the stars and the galaxy and existence itself. He becomes like an aspect of it. But then they all attack. And that's the last image you see before Ao just stands there. You see this drawing of him cracks. And you see basically this. Not quite as cartoony, but that was the best reference I could get. Of like a dark entity made of stars and constellations. In robes of light is what it's supposed to be.
Even after all of that, I can't understand why they turned on you.
You hear it in your mind. Neither do I.
Are you able to see outside of this realm at all? Are you still able to watch over anything?
I occasionally get glimpses. When mortals dream, I am able to peek. Though I am not able to see the true nature of these dreams. I only see the illusion of what you create in your minds. I will occasionally get some truth out of it. But I am trapped here, unable to see how the world is.
Well, not really sure what type of gift I could give a god such as yourself, but I was going to try to use this. I suppose maybe you could have it as keepsake. Maybe you can get memories from it. I don't know. You tell me if this is of any interest to you. And I will produce the vial of the divine god's blood.
He reaches out for it, and you see as he reaches out, his hand gets longer and longer, and it's as if, like, you're seeing a nebula stretch towards you. And it holds out this hand of stars.
I will hand over the vial.
As you hand over the vial, it consumes the vial, and you see its eyes turn blinding bright, like a blinding light comes out of his eyes. Brighter than any star. And he goes, "Ah." And he lists off the several names of the gods that the blood was a part of. And he goes into memories of them, like, I remember, so-and-so, like, what you used to do, what you used to be. And, like, one of them was like, "Oh, you were one of my favorites," so on and so forth. But you also notice that it begins to learn about certain events. Certain, memories of the past. You begin to realize the Chain of Oblivion has probably been in chain for over 10,000 years, maybe more. So Ao is learning from, like, everything he can from back then. So still nothing current, but he now has a lot of context that he did not have.
So interesting. If you would indulge me, allow me to try something. I will take out another vial, and I will bite down on my own hand and squeeze, draw blood, and squeeze my own blood into a vial, and offer that up to Ao.
He reaches for it,
And I will
and
give it
as
to him.
the same thing, he sees your entirety of memory from the moment you were born to now.
And that will give him context on, why I came here, the path
Yes.
I've been on, everything. So now he knows everything about me. There is no secrets.
Correct.
So
And
I'm not sure how great that is for catching you up to speed on current events, but that's everything I can give from my perspective. If you have any questions, I can certainly do my best to fill in any blanks.
this Vecna figure, I am unfamiliar with it. Is it indeed as dangerous as I perceive?
That's what everyone keeps saying. My party and I are working to stop it. Technically, we're in a weird spot right now. I'm here, but I'm also fighting at the same time.
I see you've found the aspect of time, but also you have slain a time dragon, which breaks time for the individuals who do so.
Oh, that's right. He also sees that. Fuck the concept of time.
Yep. And he
that's
says,
that's going to be interesting.
yeah, and you wish to make a realm for yourself and impose that realm over this Steel Soul individual, so that way you can use anti-magic, so that way he won't be as powerful.
Mainly to get the crown away from him, but yes. Eventually, I would like to have this realm grow, but that is the starting point. So Ao knows, that I seek. In other words, he knows I'm not lying. Everything that he has seen is truth, so he knows that I seek the power to actually be able to defeat a god one day, regardless of what god it is. But I also don't seek senseless destruction or want to kill any of the gods. I only want to be able to defend myself in what I'm trying to create from any attack, including an attack from a god.
You see, Ao understands this and will share with you that Ao will teach you how to begin the process of forming your own realm and being able to do all that you wish. And doing so will help you be able to have an advantage to remove the crown and make it easier for you to remove it. However, doing so will lengthen the time of your realm's creation, whereas if you don't do this, your realm will be able to be created quicker. So you have a choice. Do you want to be able to remove the crown and it take longer to create your realm? Or have a shorter time to create your realm, but you won't be able to use it on the crown?
Well, considering I can't age, I'm fine with, and I have a place where I can go to where time passes extremely slow, I'm alright with it being a longer process.
Alright.
Because the crown is a serious problem.
Yes, indeed.
And he would also know that I tend to keep my word. I've only technically lied 3 times now, 2 of which were for fun against Amit, and that was pretty much it. And the other time was just, I forget why I lied.
Yeah.
But I do tend to keep my word. When I give my word, I keep it. So He also knows that I don't want the crown for myself. I don't care about its power. I actually want to return it to the god, not because it would free Gemma, because that's already been done, but simply because I said I would.
Correct. So Ao surrounds you. It's as if you're being blanketed by space and time itself, and you see these nebulous hands form, and they hold you in place. They like guide your hands, and they basically maneuver you to begin the process of you creating your own realm. You hear Ao speak to you in your mind about envisioning what your realm looks like, the laws of nature of your realm, how time works in your realm, like the very details of what your realm should be. And Ao guides you through this process, and you begin to realize you as a mortal would not be able to do this by yourself, but with a guide of either a god or someone extremely powerful, you are able to create this gem, this germ of a realm, this concept of it, and this concept is true in your mind. And you see this egg form in your hands, almost as if like you're creating a new breed of dragonborn, but instead of it being a dragon egg, it is an egg of space itself. Almost like a cosmic egg. And Ao will say that this egg you are able to use, focus on whenever you are focus on the egg, focus on the realm whenever you have free time to do so. Eventually the egg will crack, and once it cracks, that is the beginning process of your realm coming into existence. And Ao will say that eventually your realm will be created once the egg fully cracks. For now, it is but an egg. But you can use this egg to aid you into removing the crown. The egg basically looks like that.
I have such fucking concepts with this thing.
As you look at this egg, you see like its nebulous shell, but you're also seeing your own realm. And it's almost like a video game where like you're creating your own character, but like you're creating your own world, and you have such freedom here. Like you can change the laws of physics, like everything, because this is your own realm, and you begin to realize that's what the gods have done to theirs. You'll also get the vision that the realm that you live on, the material plane, that was made naturally. Well, the Big Bang, but that was because of Lady of Pain. That was made naturally, and the gods themselves create like the magic and all that type of stuff, and they brought it to this world. That was not natural. You essentially have that key now, where you're creating your own realm, creating your own ways of existence, your own people even. Ao explains that you can make your own quote-unquote angels or people. So that process is a little easier for you now. But yeah, like you can create your own magic, basically, if you wish. And eventually, once the egg hatches, that can be brought to the world.
I don't know if you mean for this thing to be as powerful as it sounds, but it sounds like it can be extremely powerful.
The idea is when we do eventually end this campaign, I don't know when, but eventually, right? And we move on to something else, that will be you get in your realm, and then eventually we can like return and see what fun you're having. You're gonna be you're gonna have a lot of power in like the future, but for now you're beginning to gain it, right?
So I'll never be able to spawn someone in this campaign, unfortunately.
You might eventually be able to begin to get that power and be able to spawn something
Oh
and
no!
like show.
I should
But like in
I should explain what I mean by spawn. Do you watch Death Battle?
No, I've seen like bits and pieces. That's the one from where it's like Goku versus Superman, like that thing.
Yeah.
Or am I thinking-
There's
I've
one
seen
with
some, but I haven't been watching lately.
there's one with Spawn versus Ghost Rider. What happens is Ghost Rider uses like this stare that eats up all of Spawn's time in the mortal world, because I guess there's time for that, and it sends him to hell. What happens when he goes there is it's kind of like where he has infinite power, like his own plane, if you will. So his hand just comes up out of the ground, grabs Ghost Rider, and drags him down into hell with him.
Like,
So that's what I mean when I say I won't be able to spawn someone in this campaign. I'm like, if I die, I'm wondering if I can go into my realm and then just fucking pull someone in there with me and be like, no, we're not done yet.
could be towards the end of this. You know, maybe when we do end it as like a final like battle or something, maybe that could be something that happens. We'll find out. I don't know
Alright.
how this will end, but I know that eventually it will, because, you know, all things do.
I know.
I am working on future, like, stuff. I am also, like, working on stuff in the background that I hope to one day get published.
It's just I know this campaign could also run on forever.
Yeah, it could run on for a very, very long time. Like, we could be doing this for the next 10 years, or this could be, like, the final year. It all depends on you guys and what we do.
Yeah. I really want to use this thing. Maybe it can be something. Maybe it can be something for one-on-ones though, as well. Like not something I can use in.
With a one-on-one, you could get a glimpse of the future, and you could like play in that for a while and like see what happens, and then that will eventually be canon to the world.
Alright. So, with this thing created, he said I need to focus on this when I have time. So what I could do is once I'm finished here, I can pop over to the Feywild and I can focus on this thing.
Yes. So essentially, it's like, imagine you're making a video game, right? And like, if you're making like piles of grass, you're just gonna go copy paste, right?
Yep.
But for this, you have to create each individual blade. So that way they are not all the same thing, copy and pasted. But that process is, like, you're not gonna spend hundreds of years doing this. But it will take some time. It's all like a ritual. And once it's complete, then your realm is complete.
Alright. Well, I will thank Ao for this knowledge and gift. Is there anything else I could do in return for such a gift? For this knowledge that you've imparted to me?
You see Ao ponders, like you see Ao's hand reaches up to a jaw and like strokes it. It says, "Remind the mortals of my existence. They used to know of me, but ever since I vanished, they have forgotten. Remind them of me."
And what is the best way for me to do so outside of speaking your name and describing what you've done and how you looked over the Pantheon.
You see your hand moves palm side up, and you see like nebulas and suns and a bunch of different things form together, then a large explosion. And a book is in your hand, almost like a holy book. This like cosmic book is in your hand, and he says, "Spread the word like the original gods did. They created their holy texts, gave it to a prophet, and those prophets spread the word and created churches. I'm not saying you become a worshiper of me, but spread the word, create in my image, and they will remember."
That can be done. In fact, you've given me a rather interesting idea. You know I have many copies. Simulacrums are called. One of them happens to be in theater. And I think that this could make for a very entertaining play. Although it won't quite spread it the way you're speaking of, it will be a starting point to plant that seed into people's minds. It's a lot easier if you plant a seed rather than simply preach. I've noticed that when people preach, they tend to get tuned out. But if you put it into a performance, people tend to remember that and pay attention. What do you think of this idea?
You see that AO acknowledges this and appreciates what you have shared. Gaining knowledge of, like, that's how the world works, because back in his day, it wasn't quite like that, but now as you point out, he goes, makes sense. So AO appreciates that and accepts what you're going to do.
Alright.
You do have the Book of AO.
Yeah, I marked down Book of AO. I do have that marked down. I figured that's what it was going to be called. If not, that's what I got called anyway. Book of AO. Well, I thank you, and if you would like, now that I know where you're located, if you permit it, I could pop in from time to time and just keep you updated on current events.
That will be greatly appreciated.
Well, I look forward to seeing you again, AO, and I thank you for what you've given me. I will put it to good use.
AO nods and thanks you for arriving and going out of your way to find AO.
Alright, and with that, I will plane shift back to the Feywild.
Alright.
And I am going to sit and I am going to focus on this egg.
As you sit there, you didn't realize it's like, Lathander warned you that AO is like, he could like harm you or something, but none of that happened.
Yeah, I got none of that. He was, believe me, I as a player and Talon as a person was paying attention for that, but AO didn't come across that way to him.
Yeah. Odd.
Indeed, almost like maybe he was misinformed about AO. Or maybe AO is playing a long con, but if he is, why would he give a mortal this type of power? Why would he guide a mortal to, have such a thing that could possibly be used against a god?
It's interesting.
Indeed, very much so. So, yeah, he won't forget that. It's definitely got him questioning a few things. But for now, yeah, he's gonna focus on this egg.
Yeah, as you focus on the egg, you see that process of like you creating your own realm and like everything that entails to that. You are it's taken a while, but you are beginning to see like the blueprints, the like frame of what your realm will be.
So what I'm gonna focus on, since I can't superimpose an entire realm over, you know, uh, over Tropevir's realm or whatever the fuck his name is, I'm gonna focus on creating kind of like a small portion of the realm that I would be able to try to impose over his realm in order to make it easier to get that crown off him.
Yeah. Essentially what's going to happen is the part you are creating will essentially be like this hand that will reach to the crown, and that hand reaching to the crown will make it a lot easier for you to remove it. It's still going to take a roll, but you've essentially made it a lot easier to take this crown off of Trokvir.
Alright, so I won't be able to kind of lay out um, a domain yet, but I will be able to lower the difficulty on removing the crown.
Correct.
Alright.
And once that happened, the process to make your realm will take a lot longer, but it will be a little bit easier for you to do so. It'll just take longer. And you'll have more control over it. At least that's what you're gathering with this egg. Because as you're thinking about what you're going to do to Trokvir, you actually are seeing it through the egg. And you're getting answers of like, this could happen if you are successful.
Alright. Well, considering I know I can spend a year here, it only takes 8 hours of actual, prime material playing time. He can really work on this egg a lot in his downtime.
Yep.
But how long does he have to work on it to at least get it to the point where it would be helpful to get the crown off of Trokvir?
I'll say because you're here in this realm, you begin to realize how long the process is. It takes you 10 years in this realm to get it to that point.
Whew.
But AO figured that you would find a way to speed up time. And then because AO saw what you saw, he realized you found this realm. So...
Good thing I don't age anymore.
Yep. So, I would say it takes you 10 years in this realm, but you get it to that point.
Alright.
Where it's basically a frame, and a part of the frame is going to reach out and grab the crown, making you easier to remove it.
10 years. So, how many days is that?
Oh, let's see. So it's 8 hours per day. Let me get my calculator out. Where's the calculator? There you are. So 8 hours per day times 365. And then, so that's 2,920 hours. Divide that by 24. So that's 121 days. Basically, so 121 times 10. That's 1,210 days. But with the time magic thing, essentially, you're spending that 10 years there, and then going back in time and you're not losing time. So it would have taken you 1,210 days of real world time.
That is a lot different than what I got for a calculation.
I fully admit I probably did it wrong.
By my calculation, it only took 6 days.
Yeah, let me try it.
You have. So, every year here is 8 hours. Yep. So it's 10 years. So 8 times 10 is 80.
Oh yeah, I did it wrong. Yep, you are correct. So how long was it?
Basically 6 days.
Okay, yes.
It was 5.7 days of real world time that passed.
I did that totally wrong because I was doing, I guess, years in the real world. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that was bad. Thank you for catching that.
No, it's all right. That's why I was like, oh no, that does not sound right. Let me double check that with him.
Yep. Please always do so. I sometimes do the wrong math, thinking it's the right math, and then years later or whatever, I'm like, oh, that was wrong.
And we'll say it takes a full week because he's not going to just, sit there all day, every day, just concentrating on the egg. He's still going to, keep himself up. He's going to, practice battling, work his muscles, because he still has to be ready. He's not going to let himself go by just, focusing on this nonstop. So there's still training involved. So we'll say it takes 7 to 10 real world days.
Yeah,
that way it leaves time for training and stuff over that 10-year period as well.
Yeah.
To keep his muscles at where they currently are.
Yeah. And 1 week in this world is 10 days. That's why weeks are also known as a 10-day.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it takes you 10 whole days, but eventually you are able to do this, and you are primed and ready for Trokvir to take that crown.
I wonder how would he process 10 years of isolation? That's going to be weird, going back and seeing everyone after it's been so long.
Yeah.
Because I mean, for them it hasn't been long at all, but for me it's been 10 years.
Like, imagine if you in real life just went to the mountains and became like a monk for 10 years, and then all of a sudden you're back into your former life. How weird that would be.
Yeah. Now, is there a limit to how many times I can use this?
I don't have a limit just yet. I will say throughout the entire battle, you will be using it to try to remove the crown. But there will be a point where if you fail a certain amount of times, it won't be useful anymore. But from what I'm thinking, you should be able to get it within 5 turns.
The reason I'm asking is, if he goes and tests it out, would it now not be able to be used against Trokvir because he tested it out first?
No, you can definitely test it out.
Alright.
So if you wish to, you can test it.
Yeah, I think I am, first things first. I am going to... It's been 10 years. I'm going to plane shift to the Invulnerable Vagrant, if I have that name right.
Yeah, Invulnerable Vagrant.
Yep, I'm gonna go see Pumat. The Pumats.
You arrive and he goes, "Well, hello there. It's been a little bit. How have you been doing?"
Oh, I've been very busy, very busy. Now, you deal in all different types of magic items, correct?
Well, certainly. I deal in all types of magics.
Now, there is a particular magic that I tend to have trouble with, and I was wondering if you have something that might alleviate that. Things that would affect my mental state.
Well, I have a few things that could block psychic and like telepathic magics, so that way they don't affect you as much.
Well, there was
I
this
have a
there was this
God.
one magic that it basically made me into a bumbling idiot, and I would like to never have that happen again if possible.
I get what you're at. There's like feeble mind, that type of stuff.
That's the one, yes. Things that can really affect my ability to function. Do you have anything that would protect me from such spells?
Let me take a look at my shelf. I definitely do. Let me actually look this up. I forget the name, so I'm good. Oh, does that work? So, okay, so Rain of Mind Shielding is not quite, because you are still can take psychic effects, and then when it works. So, he's going to pull out this crown, and the crown has a central gem to it, but instead of you seeing like this, like a ruby or something, you see a brain. And he goes, this crown right here prevents people from reading your mind, knowing your location through scrying. It makes you resistant to psychic damage, and it prevents you from losing any intelligence or wisdom.
That sounds actually pretty perfect.
This is a very legendary type of crown. It takes a long time to make, so this is just looking at about 75,000 gold pieces.
Oh, that's no problem at all.
Alright.
Now,
So he puts the crown up and he signs the receipt.
I am curious. Do you want the 75,000 gold pieces, or do you want something that doesn't actually have a price tag to it? I can give you either or.
I must admit, you've piqued my curiosity. I mostly exclusively run in golds and silvers and platinums and stuff like that, but I'm curious what you mean by something priceless.
Allow me to share with you something that can't be found anywhere on this plane. And I am going to produce one of the bottles of the wine that is worth 8 million gold in this realm.
He takes a look at it. He reads the label. And he goes, "Is this what I think it is? Is this a wine from the fire elemental plane?"
Indeed, I actually own a vineyard there that has expanded.
Well, those fire elemental planets. Their money is extremely different from ours, and the conversion rate is crazy. I don't know how they function as a society, but absolutely, I will definitely take this in exchange for the crown and possibly a couple other things if you wish. I'm going to be honest here.
I can't think of anything right now that I could use.
Do you want me to tell you some of the top of the line stuff that I have here?
Sure, why not?
Let's see, I have... Let's go through this. I have this, submarine over here. And it's that big, like, crab submarine thing.
There's a crab submarine?
I'll show it to you. Hang on, let me get the image out. This thing goes underwater. It's very pricey. See? He has a statue of it that can turn into the actual thing. I'll just send this to you so you can see if you're interested. He'll explain it.
Okay.
So that's the stats for it, if at all you're interested. Uh,
I mean, it sounds cool, but I also can move 600 feet underwater and can turn into any type of shark I can think of because of the shark tooth.
let's see, what else does he have?
I will admit, that is kind of cool, though.
Yep. It's like you might not like it, but you've got some kids. Maybe they would like it.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. Send all
Um,
my adopted children down into the ocean in a giant crab mech. Have fun, kids.
yeah. Let's see. What else? That was the only thing I was thinking of. Uh, Let me look at my custom ones to see if he would have one of those. Let's see where did I put that. Where's the there's magic items. Let's see. Okay, you guys have that. Oh, oh, these are all the things that you guys already have. Damn it! Where's the other list? Where did I put that? Where did I put you?
If you're having a hard time, I was gonna say, I can definitely RP something out. No problem at all.
Sure.
How about, since I've done a lot of business with you, we just call it a equal exchange. And should you feel generous down the road the next time I come in, so be it. And if not, I am more than happy to pay full price for whatever I may be buying at the time. Because you guys have done some wonderful work for me. And I'm sure it won't be the last time that I come in here looking for something.
He agrees to that. I did, however, find one thing that I had. Uh,
Okay.
he mentions this wand that has a star at the edge of it. It looks like one of those like stereotypical like princess wands, right? That like you would get for like a kid.
Yeah.
But he tells you that this wand can dominate Fae as long as they are not an archfey. So like fairies, you could dominate them. It's a wand of Fae domination.
That could be useful down the road. You know what?
And he does.
Sure.
All right. So he gives you that, and he does warn you that it does not work on archfays. It actually does the reverse, where all of a sudden, if you're trying to use that on them, they have control over you and have dominated you. But with your crown, that shouldn't work. So you just like use a waste of it.
So don't try using this against Baba Yaga. Get it?
Oh, you say that, and his eyes go wide, and he goes, yeah, please, whatever you do, do not attempt that onto her. She would probably kill you and the person who gave that to you."
No worries. I have no intention of using it against her.
Thank you.
It was a joke. Well, thank you once again, Pumat.
He wipes sweat off of his brow. I'll be right back. I gotta do a couple quick things.
Alrighty.
Okay, now I'm back.
Ah, welcome back.
My brother just had a funny idea. Nicolas Cage doing an Applebee's commercial, but he really doesn't want to go to Applebee's, so he's screaming "Not the bees," like in that movie. Not
That
the
is pretty
bees.
good.
Yeah, I, I hope that happens when he says. That'd be hilarious.
You never know. Alright. So I will put the crown on. I will take time to attune to it because I assume it doesn't attune immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Once I am attuned to it, I am going to go pay a visit to the strongest person I know, L'Oreal Silverhand.
All right.
Oh yeah. Snack time.
Ever heard of the My Mochi ice creams? Or their little mochi ice creams?
I have not. No, I'm not even sure what mochi is, honestly.
It's a Japanese, like chewy snack thing. It's really good.
Hmm.
They have them at Walmart, uh, and the ice cream flavor is plum, and it's really good.
See, the only
Um,
Japanese snack I know, which is so fucking mainstream, I don't think it counts as a Japanese snack anymore, is Pocky Sticks.
oh yeah, yeah.
I fucking love them things.
This is the type of thing I'm having, but plum flavored and not mango.
Oh, nice. Them do look good.
Yeah. Oh, they're really good.
If I ever see them
I've had,
around, I'll have to give them a shot.
yeah, I've had regular mochi at Saratoga Comic Con because they had a guy selling a bunch of Japanese snacks, and it's really good. Even durian, which is, it stinks real bad.
Yep, I've
Tasted
heard
really good.
it's like one of the most horrible smelling fruits there is.
It smells bad, but it tastes good. Like I recommend it if you can handle smell, like bad smell. Try it sometime.
Well, if I ever come across it in the wild, I would give it a shot. I mean, I tried liver, and not much can be worse than that. That fucking thing smelled like
Oh,
sewer and
nice.
tasted like sewer. So,
Yeah, I've never encountered someone who hated liver until I started watching Rhett and Link, like Good Mythical Morning. They absolutely hate it. My dad used to cook liver and onions like once a month, and I loved it. But lately, I've been encountering people who absolutely hate liver.
well, maybe it was the type of liver I got. I don't know what type it was, but it smelled like fucking sewage, dude.
Hmm.
And it tasted just as bad. I still tried it, and I'm like, nope. I was like, okay, maybe it will taste better than that smells. It's people eat this. It's food. No, no, it did not. But that was my only experience with it. Maybe if it was like a different liver or something like that, and was prepared differently by someone who actually knew what the fuck they were doing.
Right.
Maybe I'd actually like it.
Yeah, my dad was a really good cook, and his mom was fully blooded Italian, and he got a lot of his cooking skills from her. So maybe it's because he knew how to prep it properly, because it never smelt bad to me. But it could have been like whoever made it for you or where you got it from.
I made it myself. Like I said, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I probably
Yeah,
got
he
it
was
from like Shaw's or some shit.
ah. Yeah, I think we got it from like a food pantry, if I recall correctly, because we were struggling enough that we needed to use it, and someone donated a bunch, and nobody else wanted it, so we ended up with it, and we put it in the freezer, and once a month we would have some, and it was pretty good.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that stuff. We used to get a lot of canned foods and vegetables from here. They're called food drives, but
Yeah.
growing up, yeah, we struggled as well. So I'm no stranger to them type of programs, and luckily they're around, because that Without it, I wouldn't have eaten as a fucking kid. So,
Yep. They helped us out so much in the past that when my dad was still alive and still mobile, he and I would help them out as like a payment of like, hey, you helped us, so we'll help you.
yeah, paying it forward.
Hmm. I remember it was fun, but of course it's volunteer, so you weren't getting paid. But it was fun work, like helping out people and stuff, and like gathering food, delivering food. Because we did all that. We would help gather food and even donate food, and we would deliver it to certain people, but also like certain places that would spread it out even more. Sometimes we would get the extras because they would plan out the meals, and there would be extra from the extra donations that would expire, so they can't keep them. So we would get the extras. That'd be like your one payment.
That's one thing I hate about fucking fast food places, and I've never
Yeah, they
understood.
throw everything away.
Yeah,
Yeah, I wish they wouldn't do that because my brother worked at McDonald's for quite a while, and he would sometimes bring home a lot of food because the one he was working at, they didn't care if you brought the food home because they encouraged it because they hated that. The manager hated the food was going to waste, so he would bring home like a lot.
yeah, I did too. They didn't like it, but I took it anyway. I'm like, you guys are just gonna fucking throw it in the garbage.
Yeah, they
I'm
should
gonna
be
fucking take it.
donating. They should set an example for others and donate what they don't use.
Yeah. Because if you put that in the fridge, there's no reason it couldn't be reheated the next fucking day and still be good because it would still be good the next day.
Yeah.
You just gotta put it in the fridge. That's it. It's not that fucking hard.
Yep.
So yeah, I've never understood that. And by fast food places, I'm also like including places like fucking Dunkin' Donuts and shit like that because there's no reason why they couldn't donate their donuts. Even doesn't matter if they're a little stale. Let me tell you what, as someone who has, grown up poor, I don't give a fuck if something's stale. I will fucking eat it. Especially a fucking donut, it still tastes delicious.
Yeah.
I'd be grateful for that shit.
Yeah, I've had stale donuts. I've even had donuts that were so hard I had to use coffee to soften them. They were still edible. They were still good.
Yeah.
Just donate what you don't use. Give it to the people who could use it. Set an example, and then you would be in a better position, and more people would want to go to you because you're doing that. That helps out your business in the long term.
It's something I'll never understand. I don't get it. I mean, I know their reasoning is like, oh, what if, someone could sue us if they get sick or whatever.
Oh yeah, from
It's
like the left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, but what are the chances of that? I mean, really, you think someone's actually gonna fucking sue you because you think that they might get sick? If you store your food properly, there's no way they're gonna get sick from your food.
And also, with at least your burgers, if we're talking about McDonald's, someone bought a McDonald's from the 90s, never opened it, and then opened it up recently, and it was still in good condition. Your food's not gonna go bad, trust me.
That's kind of scary.
It is, yes. It's scary, but kind of funny.
I'll put that shit in my body.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I did when I was younger, I actually, all we had was oil, and someone left some minnow traps sitting for like fucking 5 days. And I was like, fuck it, I'm taking these minnow traps. And I brought home the minnows. I gutted the little minnows and I fried them up in oil. And that's what I ate. I ate fucking minnows.
Yep. My brother used to go crawfishing, and he would find stuff and bring them home. And my dad and I would go like fishing, and at that time we weren't worried about a fishing license, even though my dad had one. I was young enough where I didn't need one, but he had his.
Yep.
And we didn't really have a limit, so we would catch like bass and that type of stuff, bring it home, cook it up, and eat it. Saved us money. And it was good too.
I wish I liked fish more. Unfortunately, I mean, when you're really hungry, you'll eat fucking whatever, like I did with the minnows. But fish just for me, they're not my thing. I'd eat it if I was hungry enough. You're fucking right, I'd eat it, but I gotta be hungry. I gotta be hungry
Have
and
you
not
ever?
have other options.
Yeah. Have you ever tried eel?
No, I have tried squid though.
Oh yeah, like calamari and stuff.
Yeah, I do not
Yeah.
like the texture of it. It's,
Mm.
it's
I
like
love.
fucking, it's like slimy bubblegum.
Yeah. So I love venison and deer meat,
Ah,
but I think eel is way better in my opinion. I've only had eel like twice in my life. It was the best meat, quote unquote,
mhm.
fish, whatever, I've ever had. I loved it so much.
Now this is more of a ritzy dish. And I had this when I was in my late teens. For me, the best fish I ever had was mahi mahi
Ooh,
in a lemon butter sauce. It was fucking amazing.
sounds good. I had the chance to have mahi mahi. I think that's what it was, if I'm remembering correctly. But when I arrived to the place, they were out.
Damn.
It
Well, if
was
you
like my friend was throwing a party, and he had some fish that I was like, "Oh, I've never had that before," because he goes on trips and stuff. He returns with them,
mhm.
and he's a really good cook. He's unfortunately no longer alive, but he did that, and then I was like, "Oh, I gotta go there," but it's first come first serve, and when I got there, he was completely gone of all of the food, and I was like, "Damn it!"
Oh, if you ever get a chance to pick some up, since you like fish, I would say give it a shot. Mahi mahi was a dish I actually enjoyed, and I don't care for fish.
I'm gonna write that down.
And it was made in a lemon butter sauce. And obviously, you can season it however you want. That's just how I had mine. I don't know what else was added to it, but that fucking lemon butter sauce made that dish.
There, I wrote that down. Try mahi mahi in lemon butter sauce. Uh, ooh, okay, that's weird. Let's see. Documents. There, I'll save there. It didn't want to save for me. There we go. Yeah, it sounds good. I remember years ago having the opportunity to have it and then didn't arrive in time.
Yeah,
Well, I did spell it right. Good.
I can't do like crawfish or shellfish or anything like that. Unfortunately, I am extremely allergic. I found out by having lobster.
Yeah, I notice usually when people are allergic to like shellfish, that fish in general they end up not liking the taste of. So apparently that's what a mahi mahi looks like.
Yeah, they're weird looking fish, but they're fucking delicious.
Yeah. I know, my dad, when his mother was still alive, I never got to meet his mom, my grandma on that side. She died way before I was ever born. But apparently, she was Italian, full blood, and she was a chef back in the old country, back in Italy. And apparently she could make anything that people didn't like, and she could make it good because my dad used to hate fish when he was younger. And then she would cook and make it, and then ever since like I've known him when he was my dad and everything, he loved it, and it's because she would cook these things, and no matter what she cooked, it always tastes good. So I was like, well, if
Is,
she was around, you would like fish.
is it weird that my mind went to Ratatouille?
No.
Because it's like that's what I thought of is like this. It made me think of Ego, like how he just this really harsh critic, and he's made this really simple dish by Remy, and it just brings him back to his childhood. Like, this simple dish was elevated to a point that it made him question everything and actually write a review that cost him his job because he vouched for, a fucking rat.
Yeah.
But it's the point of the rat made everything so good because he understood, like, the different flavors and shit like that, how he could take a simple dish and elevate it. Where most people would be like, oh, this is, disgusting. It's a peasant's dish. Why would I touch this? Meanwhile, top food critic tries it and he's like, oh my god, this is the best thing I ever fucking had. This reminds me of my childhood.
Yeah. It's not too far of a stretch because my dad has literally said, even though he's afraid of mice, if his mom were to cook a mouse or a rat, he would gobble it up. And apparently she did at one time.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. I've heard people eating pigeons before. That's the closest I've heard of is pigeons, which is basically a sky rat.
Yeah, it's just like sky rats.
Yep.
Pigeons are sky rats. Rats are just land rats. Oh, what was the other? There was a sea rat. What was it? I forget which one was the sea rat.
For me, a sea rat would be either a sucker fish or really any of the bottom feeders. I mean, catfish are also kind of a garbage fish, but they're also delicious if they're cooked right.
That's what it was, catfish. Catfish should be called ratfish, my dad would say sometimes.
I used to go fishing for catfish because that was one of the fish that I could actually stand to eat. Because when cooked right, it is really good.
Yeah, oh yeah. With the right oil, and then afterwards with the right sauce. Oh, it's so good.
Luckily, I've never been stabbed by one of their spines. I've heard it hurts, though.
Yeah, I also have it. Because usually when I would catch them, my dad would take them off the hook, and he always had gloves and stuff, and he was cautious with them.
We didn't use gloves, but I was, taught how to you get under their the fucking fins there so they can't stick you. And then you remove the hook where you have a nice grip on them and you got their fins in a good position where they can't fucking stick you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we would catch like catfish and bass and... I can't remember the other. I think it was carp, but I could be misremembering.
I've never had carp. I am aware of them, as well as we call them sheepheads. They're like a big whitefish.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, yeah. Let me see, C-A-R-P, carp. Oh wow, that one's huge. But we never caught any this big, but
that is a big carp.
Yeah, we caught smaller ones, but yeah, it was like carp, bass, and carp, bass. Oh, what was the other one? Now I'm drawing a blank on the other one. There was 3 main fish that would be in this one area that we go fishing and catch like a lot of them.
The only other fish I know that is super common that you can catch and eat, but they're really fucking bony, is sunfish. They're actually pretty decent tasting. To me, I prefer sunfish over perch any day, but they're extremely bony.
I don't think I've had a sunfish, but I have had extremely bony fish where the fish itself, like, the meat tasted good, but it was annoying to eat because of all the bones.
Yeah, that's what a sunfish is like. There's not a whole lot of meat on them, but they're good. And they're fun to catch because the way they're designed, they put up a good fight. Not a large fish, but let me tell you what, they feel like a large fish. The biggest fish I ever actually caught was, it wasn't that big. It was a little shorter than that as well, but that's because it was a northern pike. The biggest thing I've ever had on my line, I never got on land. The only thing I can possibly think that it fucking was a sturgeon.
Yeah.
Because I was fishing in Lake Arrowhead, and this is when I was really young, and you might not believe me, and that's okay. But I shit you not, I thought I hooked a log. I tried to snap the line, And eventually I got it to move. I'm like, okay. Well, I guess I'm going to fucking, pull this in and, slowly I get it to move. I get the fucking line to start coming in. There's something there. Again, feels like a fucking log. And by the time I get it, maybe I would say 7 to 8 feet away, I see it crest the water. It's thin, and I can see it's a huge fucking fish. And all it does is, once it crests, it slaps its tail and fucking snaps my line like it was nothing.
Oh.
And takes off.
Yeah.
Biggest fucking fish I never landed.
Yep.
I got to see it though, and even if no one believes me, that is a memory I will keep forever, because that fucking thing was huge. I will never forget that.
Yeah. I remember one time Dad and I were fishing. I think this was one of the last times we went. We both caught 2 really, really big fish. I think they were both carps. I can't remember exactly, but they were really big. And it started to rain very, very heavy, and there was thunder and lightning, so we're like, okay, we're going to end. We're going to rush out. But I noticed my dad's pole was still out there, and because he had it perched, and something was caught, so he went to quickly grab the pole, and he was struggling. It was like the first time he was struggling really, really badly. And the entire, the pole itself snapped. So we still to this day wonder what it was. He didn't get it that far, but the pole snapped. We're still wondering to this day what it could have been.
Well, depending on where you were fishing, it could have been a lot of things. But yeah, to snap a pole, especially if it's a decent pole and not a cheap one, that has to be either a really large fish, or the only other thing I can think of that can snap a pole easily would be a turtle. Like a large snapping turtle. Because I have hooked one of them before, and yeah, them fuckers, good luck getting them in. They will snap your fucking pole.
As I'm looking, it's more than likely it was in Lake Champlain.
Same. Lake Arrowhead is connected to Lake Champlain.
Yeah. Yeah, as I'm looking at a map, more than likely it was Lake Champlain where this happened.
So that could have been a sturgeon then, because they are in Lake Champlain.
Woo! That would have been awesome to catch, but...
Technically they're illegal to catch, but I mean, what can you do once you have it there? You don't know what it is till you get it, up, and then you release it at that point.
Yep.
But yeah, they are in Lake Champlain. I can confirm.
So, there's a chance that it could have been a sturgeon that just snapped the pole.
Yeah, because they're fucking massive.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Hard to believe that something like that actually fucking lives in our lake.
Mm-hmm.
But cool at the same time.
Yeah, especially if you can catch it, but of course it's illegal. But even though it's illegal, as long as you can release it, you can
yeah, I mean,
as a bad habit.
Yeah, I mean, technically when they say catching it is illegal, I think they mean if you catch it and you try to keep it or something like that. Because obviously you can't know what you have on the end of your line. There's no fucking way of knowing until you get it up.
Yeah, they don't have fishing poles that tells you exactly what you've caught. Although that would be an interesting invention. You could probably make some money off of.
That would indeed.
Just a little camera at the edge. It's you've caught a sturgeon.
Oh shit.
You've caught the Loch Ness Monster. Is this an error? And then you go in the water. Never been boat fishing though.
It's overrated. Honestly, fishing from shore is just fine. Boat fishing is it's hit and miss. Really, you're not missing out on anything. If you really want to do boat fishing, fucking go out in a canoe. You don't even need a boat. Just go out on a canoe, not in a big lake or something, but use the canoe maybe to get closer to the weeds or something like that. Something where the bass like to fucking hang out, But most of the time you can do that from shore.
There was a trip I was invited to do some boat fishing, and I turned it down because I was going to be busy. I think I was still in school at that time, so I was busy with like homework or something. But I found out that the day I would have been out there, the boat had capsized. Luckily, everyone was fine, but that would have been the day I would have been there. So I was like, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that anytime soon.
Well, I'm glad everyone was alright, and I'm glad you didn't have to go
Yep.
through that, because that would have sucked.
Yeah, I never got the context as to why it capsized. Only thing I know, it was like they were far out there, and luckily there was another boat that saw them and were able to help them. If that boat wasn't there, they would have been stranded for hours. Because they went deep out.
I was going to say, normally the Coast Guard is pretty quick to answer, a distress call. So as long as they had something, which most boats do, as long as they had something to contact the Coast Guard, they would have been alright.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I don't know the full like context. I just know that they capsized and the boat helped them out like relatively soon. And they were saying that if that wasn't there, they would have been fucked. So maybe their equipment didn't work properly. I don't know. Which seems illegal if like you're going out there and you can't contact anyone. You probably need to get that fixed.
Yeah. You definitely want to have a backup plan, because you never know what can happen out on, when you're out in the fucking lake. And even if there are other boats, you still don't want to rely on someone else seeing you. You want to be able to fucking radio for help so you know help's coming.
Yeah.
Are you all set to continue?
Oh yeah, more than likely.
Alrighty.
So yeah, you head over to the castle to meet with L'Oreal. You see that she is there. There is the black staff to the side. They're in like a heated debate with a Gith, those like hippo people, a Githyanki, and a Turtle, and they're all like in a heated debate. You see the black staff, excuse me, storms off, and then you see L'Oreal, she just stands up, and it looks like she's gonna do something, but then you see the guards go to this group of three, and they're like, okay, we get it, everyone calm down. And then L'Oreal sits down, and then you see this, like, GIF, the hippo person realizes what would have happened, they're like, alright, we'll leave, but we're not done with this. And the three of them get up and start to head out of the castle, going towards you to exit.
Alright. As they walk past, or as they get closer to me, I don't know if you have stats for them. If not, I won't do this. But if you got stats for them, Wisdom saving throw DC 18 for all three of them.
All of them would be low wisdom. Let's see, 8, 12, and 13 on the die. Oh yeah. As long as your DC is like 15 or higher, they all fail.
Yep, it's currently 18. So that is for intimidating presence.
You see, they're getting ready to like storm out, and then they brush past you, and you do intimidating presence, and they all get intimidated by you, and they give you a wide berth. You see the turtle rolls into his shell and tries to like roll out of the building.
I could have done something more fucked up. I could have taken out the head of the head of what's his name, that turtle that we fucking killed, because I still have his head.
Oh, Kroll.
Yep, Kroll. I still have his head.
Yeah.
Oh well. I just wanted to use intimidating presence because I never use it. So. All right.
That's
Well,
hilarious.
I'll approach L'Oreal. Oh, that looked like you were having some fun.
You see, she's one of the guards brings her some tea so she could calm down. You could see like a vein in her neck that has burst. And a cleric is like fixing her up, and she goes, "I'll be calm. Don't worry." I just want to talk to them with my sword. And she gets up and like, no, 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 it's fine, it's fine. She sits back down.
Well, if you want to work out some of that frustration, I have something that I need to test, and you're the strongest person I know, so... What do you
As
say?
soon as you, as soon as you say that, the guards just throw their hands up in the air and they walk away.
Yep. That's alright.
And she gets up. She cracks her neck. We're in initiative in the throne room.
Oh, alright.
She's like, fuck it, do it now. Oh, let's see. There's you and then Oreo.
Alright,
Where'd I put
so...
her?
Oh, I'm gonna re-roll that. I'm
Oh, yeah,
probably
she's
still gonna go second anyway, but I'm not okay with a 3. What the fuck? Whatever. Initiative is just not my thing right now.
Oh, yeah, she's definitely going first.
Yeah.
Wow.
I could blow luck, but I'm not going to. At this point, I'm like, fuck it.
So she takes out. She does remember fighting you before, and she has been training to get stronger. Would she use her sword, or would she use a spell?
It's up to you.
So I'm trying to determine because she's battled you, so she has this thing where she learns from previous battles and uses that to her advantage.
Yeah.
So
And
don't.
she used Feeble Mind last time.
Yep. So that would be the first thing she does. So she attempts Feeble Mind and nothing happens, and then you see her eyebrow raise to that. She goes, "Good on you." Your turn.
Alright. So she doesn't have any weapons?
Uh, none that you see.
Does she have armor or something else on that he could try to basically rip away from her?
No. I'll show you what she looks like currently. What
Okay.
she looks like this right now.
You're not even set for battle. I mean, you realize if I activate... Well, you can't see it, but if I activate something, your magic would be useless. Are you sure you don't want to get a weapon?
She smiles and she extends her hand, and then you see a silver blade appears.
That's more like it. So technically that would be my turn. I'm giving her a free redo. But I will activate all my abilities, so now I'm at full fighting potential. But still, it is her turn.
Yeah, let me look something up.
But I have not activated the necklace that, or the band, whatever the fuck I called it. I did not activate that. So she can still use magic.
Alright, I'm looking up something real quick, see if I can find it. She does have some new things to her. She has been training. Where did I put that? Okay. You begin to realize that her robes cover the armor that she has underneath. She takes out this silver blade, and you see the hilt of the blade, there's a gem, and she puts her thumb on the gem, and it starts to change the property of the blade. At first you see fire come out, but then she just like shakes her head no and smiles. And now you see this like radiant fire. So not regular fire, but radiant damage. And she is going to make 5 attacks.
Alright.
31.
Miss.
Should more than likely miss all of these, but let's see. That's also a miss. That's also a miss. 34.
I won't shield it. That will be a hit.
All right, and 33.
33 just meets, so that's a hit.
So 2 hits. So she has successfully got onto you. Are you resistant at all to radiant?
Indeed I am. I am resistant to bludgeoning, cold, completely immune to fire. Resistant to force, lightning, necrotic, piercing, poison, radiant, slashing, and thunder.
Okay, so I'll have this for you. So you only take 24 points of radiant damage.
Okie dokie.
That was her blade, and then she sees that you're going to be hard to hit like you were last time. So she presses another button on, presses the gem again, and you see the blade start to look like it's moving on its own, like it's almost like displaced into different locations. You even see at one point it gets right close to you, but she never moves her hand. Your turn.
Alright. So, much like with the upcoming fight with Tropir, how I'm going to try to get the crown away from him, I want to try to use this realm to try to pry the blade away from her.
Alright.
How do I go about that?
As you activate this egg to attempt to take the blade from her, you see a cosmic hand grabs onto L'Oreal's wrist. You now not only have advantage to grab this blade with either acrobatics or athletics, she has disadvantage to resist this. She gets a -5, and you get a +10 to the roll.
Okay, holy shit.
Or excuse me, +5. She gets a -5, you get a +5.
Okay, that's still gonna be crazy.
So I will roll. She got, with disadvantage, 19.
And with advantage, that's a 43.
So you take the blade from her.
Alright, and I believe that takes up my turn. That's my action. But since I didn't make an attack, I can't make a bonus action attack. So that's going to be my turn, and I'm just going to kind of smile.
She looks at the egg, and then she smiles, and she says, "Good to know." And then she's going to move her hand, palm side up to the sky. And that's going to be her turn, but you see a little mote of energy appears.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Alright.
I completely forgot she had the spell last time, so I'm finally going to use it.
I don't know what this blade does, so... let's see. I gotta remember what the fuck my hit is. What is
And you're
my
currently
hit?
not attuned to it either.
No, I'm not gonna... these are gonna be slashes with my claw.
Alright.
Alright, so it is plus 20 to hit. Holy shit, okay. I'll take it. Alright, and I'm just gonna fucking copy and paste this. Copy. There we go. Okay, so first swing. That one. I'm gonna reroll that. There we go, 33. Second swing. 34. Third, 26. Fourth, 24. And fifth, 26. How many of them actually hit?
Her armor class currently, because... well, it's weird, like, she has the armor underneath, but she doesn't get the armor class from it while she's wearing these robes. It's more of, like, the benefits of the armor she gets. So her current armor class is only 18.
Oh, it's all a 5 hit.
Yeah, and if she took off the robes, her armor class would be higher.
So that's 10, 6 plus. Yeah, sorry, it's been a minute since combat. Alright, so that is plus 15. 15 times 5. That's 75. Alright, so total damage is 165 from all them slashes.
Nice.
Unless she's resistant or immune to anything.
The only thing she is immune to is poison.
Okay.
Normally, she would be resistant to fire. However, she's recently temporarily gotten rid of that for something, but I can't say just yet. You would
So
have to
I would
ask her.
say minus that to, we'll say 155. Because part of the
Okay.
D4s is poison, so
Okay.
we'll say
I would say
155.
you notice from the last battle that the poison she's still resistant to, but she's no longer resistant to the fire. You're not quite certain as to why.
But I could do more, but I'm not going to. I'm going to see what's up with this moat. He's curious.
All right. You see that this mote of light gets bigger. It went from like the size of a quarter, like a spear, quarter size, now to about the size of like a tennis ball. And she just smiles a little bit. That's her turn.
Charging up something, are we?
She smiles. This is a spell I totally forgot about. It's a custom spell I made years ago. I was supposed to add it to her character sheet, and I never did.
Ah, that's in that one. That's gonna miss, even though technically it hits. It's still a miss because in that one. Alright. 8d6 plus. Alright, so she's immune to poison. So it'd only be 3. So it'd be 12d4, because only 4 hits. Alright, that is 114 points of damage. And again, I'm
Right.
going to hold back on going all in. And my turn there.
Alright, round 3 of this. The orb is now the size of a basketball. And that is her turn.
Okay. Well, since she's just letting me fucking pummel away here, I might as well do everything I can. So that made 12. D10. So, first off, I'm gonna blast her with Tiamat's Breath. So, oh, that's a low roll. So, without poison, that is 59 fire, 59 lightning, 59 acid, 59 cold.
And 1 second. So it was 59 times what?
Times 4, basically. Because I'm keeping poison out. Because you said she is immune to poison.
Times 4 equals that. Thank you.
Yep. Alright, and then remaining attacks. 3, 4, Okay, them all hit, so... 60 plus 24. Additional 124 points of damage. And again, I'm not gonna action surge or dragon surge. I'm gonna hold back. Because I'm curious to see what this thing does. I gotta check this for... Ooh, so close. I'm not at the point where Tiamat's breath recharges on a 5, am I?
Not yet.
I didn't think so. So I don't get Tiamat's breath back.
So, what she's been casting this entire time is known as Silverhand's Radiant Vengeance. After 3 successful rounds, upon the 4th round, release the energy to deal the amount of damage you have taken times 2. So she has taken a grand total of 629 damage. Times that by 2 equals 1,258. However, this is radiant damage. So divide that back down to 629. So that's how much damage you take as she releases this. And not only does she release this, she loses, for now, all of her 9th, 8th, 7th, and 6th level spell slots.
Unfortunately, that downs me.
Yep. I thought you had more than that, but I guess not. So yeah.
No, because you've only let me go up to a grand total of 444. You haven't allowed me to increase at all.
So I'm going to say, once Chokveer is slain, this is for all of you. There will no longer be a cap on HP.
Okay,
so
you realize without a cap on my HP is going to be fucking insane because of the gold, right?
Makes sense. I'll say up to like 1,000 HP you can get to once Chokveer is destroyed. Yeah. So with that, you go unconscious.
Yeah.
And then you wake up and she says, I haven't been able to cast that spell in a long time. Thank you for helping me be able to use that. Sorry I did that to you, but I've been waiting for an opportunity to cast it.
Ow.
You're like, ow. And she goes, yeah, usually I'm able to beat people without the need to cast that, but from what I've learned last time, I need to do the best that I can do. Even better than what I can do. So, I had a feeling that if we ever fought again, I would need to just use that.
So let me ask you this. He'll kind of, sit back up. He'll give her back her blade also. If I had activated the collar that prevents others from casting magic, how would you have been able to get that off?
There are very few ways to prevent people from using anti-magic. This chamber prevents anti-magic, but that's it. I don't have any other way. So if we were to fight in my realm, or anywhere else, I wouldn't be able to use magic. But some people have abilities to prevent that, but it's very rare to discover it. I assume Chokveer has this.
Well, he has something that's making it very difficult to get the crown off his head, which is kind of what I was testing with you. Hence, taking your blade.
Ah, so that's why you have one of these realm eggs.
Ah, so you know what it is.
I'm a chosen of Mistra. She's given me some knowledge that most mortals do not have. I see you have also gained this.
Oh, so do you know of Ion then?
I'm aware of AO,
Oh,
and
Ao, that's right, sorry. Ao.
yeah, I'm aware of AO, and well, she says it's pronounced anyway. It's an ancient name that doesn't have like a true pronunciation because no one knows how to speak that language. So, but most people just say AO. But she says, I'm aware of AO, and I'm aware of the context as to why AO was killed, but she does air quotes for killed.
Doesn't really make sense to me. Seems like a nice enough god.
Ah, so I see you met with AO.
Yes.
I would say that looks can be deceiving, but I assume you already know that.
Of course. I also had the pleasure of meeting the Chained Oblivion.
Interesting. I was not aware people could meet the Chained Oblivion, so you must have the knowledge and know-how to travel to the realms in between.
Although you beat me, I continue to surprise you.
You continue to prove that you are going to be a challenge in the future if you ever tried to take over the world. You continue to prove that with time, there's only going to be very few who could challenge you. And even them will have to work together.
I have no interest in world domination. That's boring. I'm content to rule over my people. And just make sure no one fucks with us. That's pretty much it. That's all I want in our life.
She says, when I was a queen of the Vikings, I had a sort of domination type. Not the whole world, but an entire continent. It wasn't as all it was cracked up to be.
For me, that just sounds like too much work. I don't want to rule over a bunch of people.
Same. Even though I am the ruler here in Waterdeep, I do not rule blindly. I have advisors. I listen to the people. I do not impose my will onto others. I try everything in my power to do what is needed of the people and what they need of me.
All I can say is you're lucky I held back. And he'll get up to his feet.
I'm glad you didn't know what that spell was that I was casting, or else you would have stopped it. And my physical abilities are not. You are physically stronger than I. So I would have had issue there.
For now, I mean. You're very strong. I'm aware of that. I think we're pretty much on par when it comes to strength. I'm just a little, I'm a little harder to physically hit. Magically, against something like that, I'm not strong enough to withstand. Yet.
And I have been, training to get better at that.
Give me some time, though, and I might be able to give you a much better fight where you don't have to hold back at all. I mean, I could tell you weren't holding back with that, but now that I know what that is, that trick won't work twice.
And to be fair, I have been training to try to get to a better place, so that way, if I needed to, I could be a competition to you physically. I'm not there yet. Like I said before, I'm not as I used to be. Ever since the spell plague, I have been greatly reduced.
As I remember, you still want me to find you in the past and and test my mettle against you there.
Mostly as a curiosity. If you could defeat me in the past, that would be great knowledge to know and very useful.
Well, if we did fight in the past, and regardless if I won or not, wouldn't you remember?
It's strange. Uh, it's less of a me recalling, more of a you would be fighting a copy of the past of myself.
Ah, I see. So it's not. It doesn't affect the actual you. It's kind of like a branch, a clone of you, if you will, like a simulacrum, just at full
Yeah.
strength.
Yes. So from what I understand from communing with the aspect of time, it's less of traveling to the past or to the future, more you're traveling to an exact copy. Sometimes there is overlap and people can remember. I'll give you an example. I once traveled to when Volo was a young child, and I gave him some gifts. And once I returned to this world, Volo had those gifts, yet it was supposed to be a copy of the past. Sometimes there's bleed outs, and you're able to truly go to the past. But that is rare. If you
Well,
know of the aspect of time, I would suggest speaking to her more about this.
I am intimately familiar with her, yes. But there is a way to fight you at your prime if you're willing to put your trust in a spell I cast.
You see, she thinks about it. She goes, I am curious of what you have.
It won't last for too long, but next time we fight, I could use this. And I know I have it somewhere in my notes. I don't remember the name of it. But she can choose to fail this, and if she tries to resist it, it is a DC 19 intelligence save if she wants to try to resist. But if she chooses to fail, I am going to pick her past self.
Interesting. She'll choose to fail.
Alright, then 3 aspects of her appear as she is now, as she is in the future, and as she was in the past. Since she chose to fail, I'm choosing her past self, and that is the aspect that is able to move freely.
Nice. So you see her in silver armor with silver hair. Her past self appears. And
Unfortunately, oh, go ahead.
you notice that her armor is covered in runic writing that you could barely see, but as the light hits it, there's a shine to it. And then her current self says that, be warned that if you do fight that version, her armor prevents her from magic not working on her. That armor I lost years ago. It was destroyed. That is one of the reasons my past self is greater than I currently am. Also, she can cast up to 13th level spells. She is no longer no longer forced to only go up to 9th, excuse me.
Oh, good to know. Unfortunately, this spell doesn't last for too long. And after about, what was it? So it'd be, so it's roughly 4 times 6. That's What is 4 times 6?
Math.
16 or 18?
4 times 6 equals 24.
24, okay. So after 24 seconds, her past self and future self disappear, and she's able to move freely again. As you can see, it doesn't last very long, but for a fight, that's a decent amount of time. It's not the same as going back and fighting you in the past, but it could be interesting to try out at some point when I'm a little stronger.
She smiles at this and she tells you, "Whatever you wish to do this, please come. I am interested to watch the battle. This would be intriguing. I have forgotten a lot because of the spell plague. So it would be interesting to see myself before the spell plague doing certain techniques, certain magics."
Well, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go and nurse myself back to full health before time returns to normal and I'm back to fighting Trokvir.
Yeah, she says, "Oh, that would suck if..." And then now you're right there at Trokvir with 1 HP. No, I'm joking. That is something I would do too. that would be horrible.
Well, when it comes to my turn, as long as even if I get downed, I'll be if he tries to kill me, I'll be teleported away anyway. So, but as long as I'm not down, technically I can disappear for like fucking 6 seconds and then come back full health.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Is I'm gonna, I'll go to the place where time doesn't pass. I'll heal on up. Technically, I'll take 2 days. That way, I have everything, and then I'll return. Where like I don't know how many seconds will have passed. Might have been like 12 or something like that. And I'll return. Much better. All right. So now I just have to wait for time to return to normal. That was my first fight in 10 years. That was fun.
You see, she nods and she says, "I see you're taking full advantage of that realm. Good to know."
Who wouldn't?
Understandable. That's how I would...
Especially with this, and the gestures to the egg.
Mm-hmm.
It took 10 years to get to that point. All for one purpose. To get the crown off of his head. Now that I know how it works, I can use it against him and get that crown away from him. Which will make it so much easier for us to actually put him down for good. Because everything I did, I gave it everything I have, and that crown would not come off his fucking head.
Yes, when I had a agent who is not necessarily my right hand or anything, but is very skilled in the magics that I've taught him. He could not remove the crown for nothing. So I had the feeling people would struggle with that. I've been trying to ponder a way to get that crown off of him. But it seems you have a way to do so. So good on you.
Oh, would Talon do this? Oh, would he do this? I think he would. Oh. Alright, you can veto and ignore this. But this is something Talon would say.
He starts to violently masturbate.
Nope. Oh, and we found the Eye of Vecna. So you can choose to ignore that or not.
She'll say intriguing. and I assume you're going to destroy it?
Oh, that depends. Don't know how he's gonna take to trying to part with that.
She smiles and she says, "So you know who it's in. Someone is currently wielding the eye."
Indeed.
Is this individual an ally of yours?
I don't. Oh, ally is a strong word, but we have worked together, yes.
Well, if you can either bring this ally here, or convince them to destroy it themselves, unlike the hand, the eye should be easier to be destroyed. At least that's what I've been told by artifact scholars. I would assume the same method we use for the hand would also work for the eye. I still need to research that.
So it's not as easy as just stabbing him in the eye.
If I understand correctly, stabbing someone with the Eye of Vecna in the eye, that could permanently damage the individual who has the eye. It's one of the risks for the Eye of Vecna. Once you have it in you, it can do great harm to you that could be permanent.
Alright, I won't stab him in the eye.
She smiles at that. But it's good to know that that has been found, and once that's destroyed, you'll be able to greatly reduce Vecna even more. We've destroyed the hand, we'll soon destroy the eye. From what I've understand from Mistra, the infection into the realms of the gods have been destroyed.
Yep.
So the only thing really left is to kill Trokvir, who is acting as Vecna's anchor, and to either destroy or hide the Book of Vile Darkness. So that is the one thing that guarantees Vecna's return, and if it can be destroyed, it guarantees he will not be able to return at least 4,000 years while the book recreates itself. Because unfortunately, from what I understand, the book and perhaps Vecna himself cannot be permanently destroyed. Though I am researching that, and that is what I have the Black Staff currently spending most of her hours into.
Oh, if only I could actually get my hands on that blade that kills gods. I'm pretty sure he could be permanently destroyed then. But if I was to take that blade, it would release the Chained Oblivion, and the blade can't be used against the Chained Oblivion himself because it only makes him stronger.
Okay, so you know way more than I know about the Chained Oblivion. That is interesting. I didn't even know there was a blade that the Chained Oblivion had, so that's good to know. And you see, she actually takes out... she casts a spell that summons a parchment and then a quill, and she starts to write this down to remember it for later.
Yes, but removing the blade would, again, release the Chained Oblivion.
So
Also,
it's like a paradigm.
yes, also touching the blade causes extreme anguish.
Hmm. In what way?
How can I best put this? Is there a way I can telepathically communicate the type of pain that was felt when I touched the blade?
I would say yes. When you telepathically communicate with people, you can also communicate like smells and like things that you have experienced. She will need to accept it, and she will.
Alright, well, I
You
can
just
show
have to
you, but I apologize in advance because it's gonna suck.
yeah. So you warn her. She accepts the risk.
Alright, and I will share with her the feeling of. I would say I was touching the blade for maybe 6 seconds, if that.
Yep. And you see,
And
she like
so
her head.
she experiences all that anguish and probably gets the visions though that I got as well, doesn't she?
Yes, she gets those visions as well. You see, she holds on to her head as she feels this pain. There's a brief moment where it looks like she's about to faint, but then shakes it off. And then as it goes away, she says, yeah, it would not be worth even holding that blade to use it. That was intense.
Yeah.
The screams and cries of 100,000 gods.
And I did have a vial of divine blood, but I gave that away to Ao. So
Mm. And she says, well, from what I understand, divine blood, if you were to keep it, you would be able to immediately enchant anything you were attempting to enchant. It would take no time.
well, shit, I'll just go back and get some more. Good to know. Thank you for that information.
Yeah,
I
she
need to
says,
stock up on vials.
yeah, she says that's what I've heard. I've never experienced it because I've never had the chance to get that, but you know a source. I would just say be very careful.
Oh yeah, I am aware of how long I can be in that area and the risks that come with it. But now that my mind is shielded, I shouldn't be able to be affected by at least the mental part, but still, I can't exist in that space for more than an hour. Otherwise, it would cause what I assume to be lasting effects that I do not desire.
Good to know.
There's a whole race of people up there as well. I wouldn't really call them people. They're definitely interesting. So it might be worth it to also pay a visit back there and try to learn more about them.
If you wish, I could send researchers there. If you can guide me to that realm, I could guide them there.
Risk up giving my source of divine blood?
She smiles at
Tisk,
that.
tisk, tisk. I must keep some things for myself.
She smiles at that and she says, there was a slight ulterior motive, but not. I'm not too interested in that. I'm more interested in the fact that you've discovered a whole new group of people.
Well, perhaps I could bring a few back here.
I would greatly appreciate that and obviously reward you for that.
It'll take some time. I can understand their language, but I can't speak it the best yet. Telepathic communication seems to be the best way. But I would like to be able to speak their language as well. So in order to speak with them, you would either have to be able to speak telepathically or have a way to basically pick up any language extremely fast and copy it. Because it is not a language that is known to this realm, I can tell you that much.
You see, she acknowledges that and writes that information down in her magic spell that she's created to take these notes.
But if you turn out to be a little crazier, a little what's the word I'm looking for here? A little out of line, which you haven't been so far. Gonna have to kill you.
She smiles at that. She says, no.
But as always, a pleasure. And with
She's
that, um, he'll give a little bow and he will teleport away. And the very last thing he's gonna do, this is really quick, is he is gonna teleport to the theater and link up with his simulacrum that's there, and they're going to go over the book of Ao and formulate a play around the events that happened.
nice. That's awesome. All right, so I would say that's a good place to stop as you find your theater self
Yep,
and you create this play.
because as that comes to an end, I imagine time will return to normal, and I'll flicker back to the battle.
Yeah, essentially, as soon as you come up this play with your theater self, time goes back to normal, and you're back to the battlefield.
All right. Well, now we're geared up for Thursday.
Yep.
All right, well, thank you
Hopefully
for
everyone will
taking.
be there.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time for the one-on-one.
Yeah, don't mention it. I realized I was actually gonna be free today, so I was like, oh hey, good.
And I don't know if you had any of this planned, but if not, you definitely got to introduce some really unique characters and even a god that's not a god, but a fucking god slayer that's
Yeah.
locked away.
Yeah. Let's see. Ao and Threzdune, I've always had planned. They've always been in the back pocket. Most of the stuff we did today was like, I've had a germ of an idea here. I've had a concept here. Occasionally, there's something I've had planned, but not for this context. So, it was mostly, ad lib. But there were like frameworks of ideas that I've had in the past.
All right. Well, if you have any ideas for them other realms, they'll be visited at some point.
Yeah, the only one I had was that one, and then you chose to go there, and I was like, yes, the one I have flushed out. Good.
It was a good one to send me to. I liked it.
Yeah. If you went to any other, I'm like, crap. Okay, let's create it right here and now.
But I won't take up any more of your time. I hope you have a wonderful night, man. Thank you again.
All right. You too. Thank you. Take care.
You as well.